Jack Kowalski et al. Versus Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Starting with the plaintiffs, let's take appearances, please.
Greg Anderson, Nick Whitney for the plaintiff.
Ethan Shapiro, Howard Hunter, David Hughes, Pat Krols, joined by Dr. Michelle Smith for the defense.
I was handed an exhibit list, but before we get to the exhibit list, let me, and this is probably more of a question for Mr. Altenburn and Mr. Elliott, but perhaps you all could let your respective teams know. First thing, I'm just wanting to see, now that we have kind of gotten the dependency court order instruction basically resolved, I know it's not finally resolved, when am I going to be able to see the next draft of the jury instructions? And then a subset of that raises the issue of Fabre and whether the defendants are or are not going to seek any sort of Fabre. And I don't know if the defense is in the position to let us know that yet, but I really want to have some advance warning if you are going to be seeking Fabre.
Very well, Your Honor. We are not in a position to let you know that at this moment. I can tell you that Mr. Altenburn is, as we speak, working on jury instructions. Now, I don't know what his timeline is. He indicated as we left the hotel that he was available on call, and we can contact him and ask further clarification if you'd like. But I know he's working on that now.
Right, because I really want to start seeing drafts of the verdict form, which the Fabre issue is going to, it's a lot more difficult if we have the Fabre, and if
we're looking at the same thing.
Right, and I just don't want to spend the time and effort on continuing to focus on that if it's not going to be an issue.
I understand, Judge, and we are focused on the same issue.
Understood.
From the plaintiffs, we told Mr. Elliott that he should anticipate. We thought the court would have a discussion about jury instructions again, either tomorrow or Friday. So he's working towards that end, being ready to give you something by tomorrow or Friday.
I do think he and Mr. Altenburn are in communication.
Great. I just want to be looped in at some point into their discussions.
You want to be included?
I suspect you just told him, Judge.
Well, I'm always cognizant of everybody's time, and there's not much of it in this case, but I'm trying to balance what people need versus my ability to prepare. Was there ever a resolution as to when the parties wanted me to read the dependency court order instruction? Because it seemed yesterday that it wasn't necessary to read it today.
I think tomorrow morning would be great.
We'd like to look at it.
I will tell you that the sentence, Ms. Quarles, that you wanted in, I am leaning not to include it. Here's my concern, and you can pass it along to Mr. Elliott and Mr. Altenburn. The concept of any disagreements concerning the care and treatment would be addressed by the dependency court. In theory, I'm okay with that. But I think as phrased, it would seem it might implicate the existing med mal count, and I don't want to put any judicial gloss on that.
I hear you. As you say it, I hear your concern, Judge, but I think that you need to put something there because otherwise it sounds like, to me, the way it reads with the parental right thing, that they had complete discretion about everything.
I'm raising that issue because I'm not satisfied with the language as it is this second. And if I had to read it this morning, I would not read that sentence.
Okay, no, we don't need it read this morning, Judge, and if we could take today to look at that language and come up with an alternative.
Time frame. I think yesterday I asked about when you were going to rest. You said that your group was going to be meeting last night and kind of getting a better feel for the next several days.
Right, understanding that every day we put in less than we had anticipated, given just how the timing has worked with everything. We're confident that we can rest Tuesday afternoon at the very latest, very early Wednesday morning.
And let me ask the plaintiffs. Now, obviously, there's still a lot of daylight between now and the time that the defense rests. But do you have a concept as to how much or how long your rebuttal case is going to be?
The rebuttal case would be less than a day, or perhaps a full day, but we obviously have to hear the rest of theirs. Right now, I have 3 witnesses in mind, and I will know a lot more by Thursday or Friday. So I will not take longer than a day, although I am, of course, subject to cross-examination.
Well, from a practical standpoint, again, I feel like we need to do closings on that Monday. I really don't want to push that to Tuesday because Friday is Veterans Day. And so I want to give the jury enough time to deliberate, also understanding that if the plaintiffs are successful on one of their punitive damages claims, we would then have a follow-up. Now, is the follow-up going to be anything more than just putting in the financials, or is there going to be?
I've got one witness to put the financials in through Steve Hees, president of Chris Kraft, and former PwC partner. I anticipate that my case will take less than 2 hours in that regard. We might have one more witness. Yeah, about 2 hours.
And I know this is a hypothetical and it would not happen unless the jury were to check the yes box on punitives, but assume that that happens. What type of defense type of case, how much time are we talking about?
Well, the agreement between us and plaintiff's counsel, since we delayed his deposition, we still need to depose him. So I don't know if we need to do that potentially during the case in that eventuality.
Well, I will tell you that I'm going to want, if the jury checks the box yes,
To go right into.
I'm going to want to go right into it.
Okay, so-
I mean, if it's like, if they check the box at 5 o'clock, then right into it means the next morning.
Yeah, I understand. So we may need to take his deposition this weekend or something of that nature. But we would obviously have the right of cross-examination of them.
Obviously, and right now I'm just trying to.
We don't have any. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
we don't have any witnesses that we intend to call.
These always usually be the financials, and it's usually in total, including further closing arguments, is a half-day deal, if that.
I agree. But on the record, we would like you to give us some dates for his deposition to plaintiff's counsel.
I'll let you all work it out, knowing you all can figure out time-wise when you want to do it. Obviously, they hate to do it, but I'm going to want to go right into it. It means also that we probably need Mr. Elliott and Mr. Altenburn to have punitive damages separate, but ready, including a verdict form.
Understood. Judge, as to depositions, we're getting jammed up a little bit. Ms. O'Leary was supposed to testify live, but she is, I don't want to go into detail for her privacy, but physically unable to do that. So we told them on Saturday that we needed to read O'Leary. She had been previously designated by us. We have not received any response from the plaintiffs as to whether they object or if they have cross designations. Hannah we designated that in June. We told them we were going to read it. We did one slight addendum on October 20th. We still have not heard back on Dr. Hannah, who we want to read tomorrow. On Dr. Vos, I looked at that last night. So recall they played the third death of Dr. Vos that was done 22 or 23. We want to do the November 2019 death. And what happened on that, Judge, is there had previously been designations, but I went back through it given the court's orders in this case. And a large part of it dealt with much house by proxy and the phone calls. So I went back and redesignated those, removing all of those designations. And I didn't send that to the council until last night, but we need responses on that as well. We did not receive the exhibit list that council indicated he would send us last night. At least I didn't see it, and I checked with everybody, we did not receive it. But the depositions are concerning to us because we want to play Dr. Hannah tomorrow. We'd like to play O'Leary tomorrow. And it's been radio silent, so we need some assistance.
Are either side waiting on me on any sort of rulings on the deposition?
No, Judge, because we haven't received a response from the plaintiff's counsel. I mean, we haven't received objections, we haven't received counters for Dr. Hannah. So at this point, we're assuming there are none, and we're just going to play what we designated. With O'Leary, they never cross-designated back in June. Perhaps because they thought she was going to testify live. That certainly was ours, but she's ill.
So the priority order is Hannah, O'Leary, Mose in that order?
Yes.
Samantha, Ms. Lawrence is doing the cross designations and objections to Hannah, or at least putting those in a pleading. I was up till midnight last night reading that 325-page deposition. And it was designated in June. The first notice we received that they wanted to put in by deposition was sometime this week. And those designations from June have not been revisited with respect to the court's rulings here. So there's all sorts of stuff there that has everything to do with Chapter 39 and issues that we're just wasting our time on.
It's Dr.
I designated nothing to the Chapter 39.
Okay, well, and so we're not calling Hannah live?
Well, all along, we've been told they were going to call him live, which was why we weren't too concerned, but they didn't. So we're just going to designate his death, which was previously designated.
He's in Clearwater?
That's yes, Pinellas County somewhere. Judge.
His practice is in Clearwater.
Yes, Judge, we didn't call him live because we've been trying to conserve time. Had a little discussion about just how much CRPS and ketamine discussion they could tolerate. We are still considering whether we would call him in our rebuttal case. It depends a lot on, again, what the defense is going to do, obviously. If that's something that makes the court's job easier, which I sense it might, if we did decide to, we can try to make a decision in the next 24 hours and save the court something.
Judge, we're
To
still
the
going to want
extent that I'm being asked to make rulings, that's what I get paid to do, and I'm happy to do it, even if it's, I'm doing it at midnight and you're doing something else. That's what I get paid to do. I'm just trying to get a sense of, does the defense want him to come live at this point? Can that happen, or do you want to do the deposition?
No, Judge, we're happy with doing the deposition, at which, again, we just can't get it to the court for any rulings because we're not receiving any responses.
So,
They've known about O'Leary since Saturday, and we haven't received any response. So we could assume there's no objections and they have no crosses.
The communication does about O'Leary.
at this point,
Yeah.
I want to talk about the art of the possible.
Sure.
Hannah sounds to be like the number one priority, even if the defense plays Dr. Hannah's deposition to the extent that the plaintiffs wish to call Dr. Hannah in their rebuttal case, that doesn't foreclose. So Ms. Lawrence is working on it. By when is it possible that you're going to get the designations or objections over to the defense?
The first one will be filed in 10 minutes.
When you say the first
The
one,
first deposition.
There's 2 volumes.
Yeah.
So the first is 300 pages. The second I have here is much shorter. It's 100 pages. So we will have that, both of them filed by the end of the lunch hour.
so if you can get that by the end of the lunch hour, and assume that that happens, when will you be able to turn, if there's any objections for me to rule on?
Well, we'll do it as soon as we're out of court. We'll look at it first thing. I mean, I don't know, we can look at it during court, I don't know what's going on. I mean, I can try to look at it while we're playing Dr. Mallet today. I didn't bring a laptop, but
So it doesn't sound like I would get anything by the time we leave today.
I guess it depends on how many counters they have and how many I have to look at it, but as soon as feasible, as soon as I can, like the first thing, I'll do the first thing as soon as I get back to the hotel.
I mean, I will try to turn it tonight if I get something tonight,
Okay.
but let's talk about O'Leary next. You've made the designations, and when are you trying to put that, something that can be played, what are we on? Today's Wednesday?
Today's Wednesday, Judge.
And Friday?
Yeah, we only have a couple of live witnesses for tomorrow, so we're hoping to get in these depositions.
How long is O'Leary's deposition?
About 40 minutes, maybe 40 minutes.
40 minutes. On our designations, we haven't received any counters.
And we were told that they were looking at trimming it down. I guess that's not happening.
Just listen to that.
Okay, decided not to. No supposed to hear that. So we will counter and get that by the end of the day.
And then Dr. Bose, as I told the court, I just sent that to them last night because I went through it all and there was so much in there that was in line with the court's rulings, not admissible. So I sent that last night.
I don't see how they're going to be able to turn Dr. Bose today.
I appreciate that. I'm just advising the court that we need a response on that when possible.
The priority list is Anna O'Leary, but it's never. Are you anticipating any other
Yes.
depositions?
Yes, so they had previously designated Dr. Major, and we just did some slight counters. I need to look at that to see, since they didn't play it in their case, I sort of have to relook at it, but playing it in our case, so I need to look at Dr. Major tonight to see if there's a change in the designations. And I don't know if they want to withdraw all of the designations they made or not. It'd be helpful to know that before we start playing it if possible. So I need to look at Dr. Major, though. Just tell the court there will be Dr. Major's step to address.
I seem to have some recollection you had lots of designations for Dr. Major, and from a time perspective, I didn't know.
That was Dr. Malik, I think you're thinking of, Judge.
Well, Malik was 3 different depths, right?
No, Major's 3 to 1. Malik is the one that we cut down. It was 2 hours, and now it's at 55 minutes.
Okay, so Major would have had 3 different volumes.
It does.
Because I remember there was like the first one in Dr. Major that there was a lot of designations, maybe not so many in the second. In any event, I guess the question is, are you going to want to look at your designations of Major?
Yes.
So if the defense gets their designations to you tonight, will you be able to get your designations back by, the end of the business day tomorrow, Thursday?
Clarification. Has the court already ruled on Major? Because if we could,
Yes.
if we could get a clip report, it'd be much easier just to withdraw in the clip. That's the most efficient way to do this.
Well, again, Judge, just the nuance is slightly different because they designated and we did some cross. So we got to go back, since we're putting it on now and they did not, to make sure we have designated what we need.
Let me back up. Is there a clip report that you can give to?
I don't think so because they were playing it, so we didn't edit it. So the answer is no, without getting into all the backstory.
Perhaps we have your own clip report?
I don't think we didn't go through that process because we decided not to play it
So there's no clip report.
at this
So
point.
let's go back to if Ms. Quarles is able to get you the designations of Dr. Major this evening, would you be able to get your counters by like 5 o'clock tomorrow? Because I'm assuming we're trying to play Dr. Major on Friday as opposed to Monday.
I mean, I think we've already counter designated, however you want to put that. And so there's already rulings, so we'll just look at the rulings in perspective and withdraw where we.
It sounds like based on how I've been ruling during the trial, they're going to somewhat change their designations.
I need to look at it, Judge. I don't want to waste the court's time in ruling on things where you already ruled. So I need to look at Dr. Major. I just didn't do that yet.
We will withdraw some of it for sure, and however we get it, we'll take a look.
What's next?
Exhibits.
So the only other depot that is going to be designated is Dr. Major. Is there anything else? They got Hannah, O'Leary, Bose, and Major.
Danielson and Kilgore.
Danielson and Kilgore. Those are not going to be placed till next week.
We got 6 more reps coming. Let's go to exhibits and shorter.
Yes, Judge, please.
Do you have anything that you need this morning?
Yeah, I believe 3089. It's a video.
3089. I just turned on the system, so. And I guess I don't know the gentleman helping out from Mr. Israel.
Ryan. You want his last name?
Ryan Sorensen.
Sorensen.
Yes. Doing a great job of jumping in at the last minute.
I hope, is it Mr. Cottrell? Is that how you say it? Hope he's feeling better.
Yeah, he's.
3089. Put it up, please.
Stress, did just compliment you.
Looking for it.
Okay.
He's playing the piano at the hospital.
Yes.
Is there anything else?
We don't have an objection. How long is the video?
Short. Seconds as opposed to minutes.
Need the organization.
I mean, have you
Okay.
physically seen it before?
It's the duet with chopsticks with Doc.
I don't think we've seen that, but if it's less than 15 seconds, we have no objection.
Well, I don't, it's less than 15
we play
seconds,
it?
but it's
Yeah,
seconds.
let's put this quick.
Looking for it. Okay, all right. Do you need that? All right, we don't need it for the first witness, Judge, so we can revisit.
The only other thing we need is the organizational chart that was substituted into evidence for Mr. Anderson. Were you guys able to put that? Or does the clerk have it? You're looking at me like I have 2 heads.
The one you put in evidence, we don't know the exhibit number.
Oh,
We just read.
Is it 3149?
yeah.
2149-1. Should we retrieve it from the clerk, or do you have an extra copy?
You gave it to us, and we should
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
have. We just reprinted it.
That sounds correct. That sounds
Do you mind if I retrieve it from the clerk, Your Honor?
No.
It should be 2149. Pardon me? Yes.
Are we having some technical issues?
I think we're having some technical issues, Judge. I know it's closed, so maybe at lunch we could do some exhibits, since it's almost 9.
Remember, I have a hard stop at right before noon today.
No, I meant like after.
Right, I'm just wanting to make sure that whatever the issues are, it's fixed.
Oh, you have a bigger issue in mind. Yes, okay.
Mr. Reyes is going over to help Mr. Sorensen.
Okay.
1148 organization. That's
Love the team.
okay.
Oh, the 2012 wasn't marked, right? There was another one that was
I thought there
substituted.
was one that you guys put in. Do
We put in the 2016.
you remember what number?
morning. Wednesday. I want to confirm that while you were away, we did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, we did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And no one has approached you about this case, is that correct? Correct. And you have not seen any clips, media clips about this case, is that correct? Ladies. Defense, let's call your next witness, please.
The defense calls Lisa Reck, registered nurse.
Stand here, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, we're gonna come around this way. Good. Have a seat on that face.
May it please court. Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Can you move forward just a little bit to make sure we can hear you? Thank you. Can you please state your name?
My name is Lisa Reck.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a registered nurse.
Can you tell us a little bit about your education and training, including any degrees or licenses that you've obtained through the years?
Okay. I went to school at the University of Akron in Akron, Ohio. I graduated with my bachelor's in nursing in the summer of 1990. I sat for my boards in the spring of 1991, and I have been a registered nurse licensed in the state of Florida ever since.
Okay. And you're currently employed as a pediatric nurse at All Children's Hospital?
Correct.
And how long have you worked at All Children's Hospital as a pediatric nurse?
Since the spring of 1991, so almost 32, well, over 32 years now.
Can you please describe to the jury what it is a pediatric floor nurse at All Children's does on a daily basis?
So we coordinate patient care. Anyone who's admitted to the hospital has a medical plan, which we, as a pediatric nurse, of course, would follow. But we also provide just help with daily care, so like their activities of daily living. We help with the time that they're at the hospital, any therapy that's ordered. Basically, we keep in contact with the physicians. If there's any changes in their status, we would be letting people know. So we help with the coordination of care during the time that they're hospitalized.
Why did you choose pediatric nursing as your calling?
It sounds kind of cliche, but I was always going to be a nurse from the time I was little. Both of my parents are actually in education, and they really wanted me to go that route, but it just wasn't my calling. So once I was accepted into the School of Nursing, they send you through various clinicals. And when I got to the pediatrics clinical, I really felt that that's where I was going to find the most fulfillment and enjoyment. So I have done that my entire career.
I'd like to take you back in time to the October 26 to January 2017 timeframe when Maya Kowalski was inpatient at All Children's.
Okay.
Do you remember that time?
I do.
And at that time, I believe you served as both Maya Kowalski's bedside floor nurse as well as a charge nurse across several days over the course of October and January, correct?
That would be correct.
What do you recall about your time with Maya Kowalski?
Objection, narrative.
Sustain.
During the time that you cared for Maya Kowalski, did she have good days and bad days?
I would say definitely. I would say that she was no different than any other patient that we see that's in the hospital. You know, some days are definitely easier than others for everyone.
Okay. And did Maya Kowalski ever complain of pain during her admission?
Yes, she would. She would complain of pain, and honestly, pain is something that's very patient specific. So if someone's telling me in pain, I'm going to be understanding and provide what care I can to help with that. So yes, I would say that she definitely complained of pain on occasion.
Did anyone in your presence ever tell Maya that she was faking her pain or that she was making it up?
No. I mean, honestly, that's something that we would never do. And again, just speaking to the point that something that's painful for you may not be painful for me, and recognizing that, we would never question someone's authenticity when they're talking about their pain.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about the collaborative group of nurses that helped Maya Kowalski through her 3 months at All Children's?
So probably what I remember the most about while Maya was with us is really what we as a nursing staff did to really just bring like normalcy and a daily routine into her life. I kind of talked about it. So anytime someone is admitted to the hospital, there's a medical plan. And nursing is 100% going to follow whatever is outlined in the nursing plan. But we as nursing also have the most one-on-one contact with a patient. So we're spending a 12-hour shift with them and interacting with them way more than the other disciplines in the hospital. So I really feel like what myself, along with the rest of the staff on my unit, really tried to do for Maya was, just to provide things that she could do to make her life a little more normal. So, for example, she had a very specific morning routine, which I participated in often.
Why don't you tell the jury a little bit more about that morning routine?
Okay. We would get up in the morning, she'd wake up, we'd get her into the bathroom, she would always brush her teeth, comb her hair in front of the mirror. We'd get her back into her bed, and at that point she would pick out the clothing that she wanted to wear for the day. So in order to get her dressed, we would lay out different options for her. She had brought in her clothes from her home. We would lay out different options, and she would pick maybe her pink shorts to go with her white shirt. And then when she was ready to put her clothes on, I remember her being extremely modest. So what we would do is at that point, we would close the door to the hallway. All the doors have a blind that you can close as well. So we would close the blind. And then whatever nurse was assisting her that day would move the clothing closer to her. And then literally we would hold up a blanket and stand behind it, allowing her privacy to change. Once she was done changing, she would say, "I'm done." So we would, basically put down the blanket, assist her with positioning if she needed any help moving after that, reopen the door, reopen the blind, that sort of thing. So she definitely had a very specific routine that she followed. Some mornings she even put on a little makeup. She would ask you to move her, she had a little makeup kit. She would ask you to move her makeup kit closer to her so that she could apply, just little eyeshadow and stuff like that.
Since the jury wasn't there, can you give me an idea of what Maya's various rooms over the course of October to January of 2017 looked like, the types of things that were inside there, the type of just creature comforts that Maya had on hand?
So all of our rooms, we're fortunate enough to have private rooms. So every room is private. It has its own bathroom. We have 2 TVs. There's a big screen TV that would have been directly in front of her bed, and she would have been allowed to watch whatever she wanted. And then we have a smaller TV that's set off to the side for a parent or anyone else to be in the room as well. All of the rooms have a large picture window. We do have varying views on our unit. So, for example, our hospital is curved, and part of the 7 North faces the bay. So some of our rooms have like a city view, and then some of them, as you come around, you can actually see the water. And then as you continue on the curve, then you're looking more back at the building itself. So yes, definitely all of the rooms are open, bright. None of our rooms are painted just plain white. They're all pastel colors. So you'll see colors like yellow and light blue and kind of a purpley color. So we really do try and make them as kid-friendly as possible. Maya, because of the length of time she spent with us, definitely accumulated a lot of items in her room. So just thinking about things like she had tons of arts and crafts. We were constantly bringing in new arts and crafts for her to do. She had stuffed animals, she had blankets. One of the things that the kids can participate in is bingo. It happens like every Thursday. And regardless if you win bingo or not, there's a prize cart that comes around after, and then they can choose an item. So I can tell you definitely Maya had a lot of items in her room.
You talked a little bit earlier about helping Maya with some of the toileting. Can you talk a little bit more about Maya's toileting routine and why there had to be, the door had to remain slightly open?
Yes. So Maya at one point was in the bathroom by herself, and she had a fall from the toilet to the floor. So at that point, she became like a heightened fall risk awareness patient. So following that incident, any nurse who was assisting Maya, while we could allow her to be in the, sit on the toilet by herself, we would have to stand outside of the door. We would always stand to the side with the door slightly cracked so that we could visualize her without fully seeing her as she was trying to go to the bathroom. But we did it more for a safety measure than anything else.
And so there's a door to the bathroom, and I think you said earlier there's also a door into the room,
hallway.
To the hallway. Mm-hmm. So what about that door to the hallway? Did that have to remain open?
Yes, that's part of the heightened fall risk awareness. We would also leave that door cracked, and that is because if she was alone in the room, we of course would have the side rails up. But if for some reason she was able to get out of the bed, we wouldn't want her to sustain a fall. So we would also leave that that door cracked as well.
You touched a little bit on this earlier, but can you describe some of the activities of daily living that Maya Kowalski was able to do independently, and maybe some of the things that she needed help with from the nursing staff?
So I would say independently, definitely she could, brush her own hair. She could brush her own teeth. She'd wash her own face. Like I said, she would put makeup on. She definitely had, like I said, with her modesty, preferred she dress herself. So she would get her own little sports bra, t-shirt, and shorts on. Things that I would say that we had to assist her with, just because we didn't want her to fall in any way, is if she was moving from the bed to the wheelchair, we would always be by her side to kind of help her pivot from one position to another. And that would also be similar for pivoting from the wheelchair onto the toilet so that she could do her toileting.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony that Maya would have some good days and some bad days. Why don't you tell the jury on those days where she wasn't feeling well or having a bad day, some of the things that the nursing staff would do to try to help cheer her up and make the situation a little better for her?
Yeah, so I feel like some of my best memories of the time that Maya was with us is just the little things we did for her. We had a couple of nurses that have a lot of skill with like braiding hair. So if she was feeling down, or we knew that she wasn't like 100%, like those nurses would go in and they would offer to like braid her hair. We would do like mini spa days with her. I remember nurses bringing in their own nail polish from home or going to the store and buying her new nail polish and like painting her nails. So when David talked a little bit about just like the collaboration of nursing, a lot of interaction happens with our patients that you're not necessarily assigned to. So say, for example, I was not assigned to Maya, but I heard that, someone had just braided her hair or they did her nails. I'm going to go to her room specifically and say like, hey, let me see your nails. Oh, I love them. Or like if I heard she got a new t-shirt, I'm going to say, oh, cute t-shirt. There's a lot of interaction that our nursing staff works together really well, just to make sure that, all our kids feel special. We would do it for anyone. It wouldn't necessarily just have to be someone in Maya's position. It's something that we do on a daily basis. Another example would be if I'm walking down the hallway and Maya's call light is on, or anyone's call light's on, and I don't see another nurse close, I'm going to pop open that door and say, hey, can I help you with something? Or what do you need? So we really work together in a team effort that way, to make sure our patients' needs are met the best that we can.
Did Maya appear to be appreciative of these efforts by the nursing staff?
Objection, cause speculation.
Did you ever observe Maya Kowalski being appreciative to these efforts you just outlined?
Yes.
Alvaro, can you answer that one?
I'm going to say yes. Something that I talked a little bit about Child Life. So a Child Life therapist is someone who has special training in helping kids just kind of adjust to being in the hospital or adjust to a new diagnosis. And Child Life runs programs every single day of the week. So we have specific times where they have an open activity center where kids can go do specific arts and crafts that they have a theme for, interact with other patients, that sort of thing. But they also choose to do one-on-one activities with patients as well. And Maya was definitely someone that they did one-on-one activities with. One thing that comes to my mind, especially because I was her nurse that day, they had taken her to bake cupcakes. So when she came back to the floor, she specifically had picked out a cupcake that she wanted to give me. So, I graciously took it, and then she asked me to send in the other nurses so that they could pick out a cupcake too. So little things like that, I really do feel like Maya was appreciative of what we are trying to do for her.
And I understand there were some holiday events that the nursing staff also helped Maya through. She was there for Halloween, Christmas, things of that nature.
Right.
Do you recall anything that you did or the nursing staff did for Halloween, for example?
Okay. For any holiday, we have some really talented nurses on my unit who paint the outside of the doors. So there'll be different caricatures of different holiday themes. So that would have happened for all of the holidays that she was there. Specifically for Halloween, I remember that she wanted to be Harley Quinn. I know her family did help with part of the costume, and then some of the nursing staff helped with some of the makeup that she put on. But one of the days that she was getting ready had her costume on and was getting ready, she was trying to paint. It was either a number or a word on her face. I'm not 100% at this second, but she was painting it backwards because she was trying to look in a mirror and do it. So I was her nurse that day. So I helped her take it off, and then I held the mirror so that she could get I think it was a word, the lettering correct on her face. So we have like Halloween parades where instead of the kids going trick-or-treating, different departments come to the unit, and then they give kids either candy or other items, depending on if they're allowed to have the snacks or not. Thanksgiving, we would have had a Thanksgiving meal. Usually the Rays fund that 100%, so anyone who's in the hospital that day is able to get a free meal, patients, staff, or families. Christmas, at Christmas time, she had now been there for a couple of months. So at this point, I feel like we really knew her, and we had started to recognize like the things that she liked and the things that she preferred not to do, that sort of thing. So our unit has always done a cookie exchange. So each nurse will bring in a dozen of whatever cookie you choose, and then basically you walk away with a dozen of someone else's cookies. So since Maya had been there so long, we actually brought her in and let her be a judge. And then the nurse whose cookie won actually brought her a dozen of that cookie, and then it was just for her. So like that is something we wouldn't have done with just any patient. We definitely included her just to the length of time that she had already been with us, and we just felt like we had a little more of a bond with her.
Now, did Maya have the opportunity to leave her room and go to other parts of the hospital? And if so, can you tell the jury a little bit about the activities that she would do outside of her room?
Yes. So, I mean, no one is ever just like stuck in your room at our hospital. I talked a little bit about Child Life. Child Life ran an activity every day. The activities that they would do are actually, I work on the 7th floor. Their activity center is on the 2nd floor. So we would definitely have to make an effort to get her there. And this happens every day of the week. So even on the weekends, during that time, we were still having our teen volunteers come. So if there was any patient that you wanted to have the ability to leave their room, you basically would call a Child Life number, and then one of the teens would come and pick them up and take them there. We also had music therapy. So music therapy is like an awesome adjunct to our Child Life department, because a lot of kids can relate to music, like people in general can relate to music, but it's really soothing for some of our patients. They would have events where she could go and like listen to music, or the person would come to her room and do it with her, again, like on a one-on-one setting. We also have pet therapy. So our pet therapy folks, the dogs have been cleared for their temperament. So they literally come around and they interact with the patients on a one-on-one basis. And the only ask is that the patients, clean their hands with alcohol to, decrease germs, but they're allowed to pet them, and the dog will actually lay its head right up on the bed next to them. So we definitely would have made a lot of opportunities for Maya to not just be in her room.
What about other children that were at the hospital or volunteers? Did Maya have the opportunity to interact with children around her age or her age? Why don't you tell the jury about that?
So we do, on our unit, kids are up in the hallway at any given time, right? So we have a little area that sits in the corner of our unit. It's a big picture window, overlooks the bay. And there's a little seating area there. So like sometimes like kids will sit around there and talk. Again, we really do utilize our Child Life services to help coordinate interactions with other kids. So anytime she would have gone down to the activity center and played bingo, there would have been, a variety of other patients in there at the same time. So she would have had a lot of opportunity to interact with other patients during that time.
And did Maya like going to the activity center?
I really feel like she did.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Maya Kowalski ever practicing a Roman Catholic faith while she was at Old Children's?
Yes.
And what do you remember about that?
So she definitely had a rosary at her bedside. She would occasionally ask you to hand it to her. So she definitely had a rosary. I recall a little vial of holy water. That was also at her bedside. We had an absolutely lovely gentleman. His name was Father Tom. He dressed in the traditional clergy outfit, so black with the white collar. He would come around on the weekends, and I know that he spoke to Maya on occasion. I mean, another thing that I can think of that, like we as nursing did for her is during the Christmas holiday, one of our nurses brought her in an Advent calendar so that she could open, you know, the little section every day and have like little something to look forward to.
Do you have any recollection about Maya having any visitors while she was at All Children's Hospital for that 3-month period?
Visitors, I mean, I definitely remember her dad and her brother.
Would they visit often?
I would say frequently. I mean, I don't know like what his schedule, you know, like how it prevented him from visiting. But during that time in my life, I was working a lot of Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. So I would say definitely they were visiting on one of those days. She also had an aunt and an uncle who visited. I recall a couple of her school-aged friends came one time, and I think one of their mothers brought them for that visit. And then I also remember a school teacher coming to visit her.
Would Maya typically go out of her room for these visits, in the room? Was it a mixture of both?
It would be whatever they wanted to do. I know that I feel like when the school teacher was there, they stayed in her room. But I know when her family visited that they went to the cafeteria. They may have taken her to the activity center. I know that definitely they left the room when her family was visiting.
What about Maya's diet during the period of time that she was there? Do you recall anything about her eating habits and ordering food, things of that nature?
So we have a great program at the hospital. Basically, we have a menu and everything is made a la carte. So it's almost like a restaurant. No one is ever going to bring someone a meal and say, like, this is what you get for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. So Maya had the ability to call a number and order anything that she wanted. So I do recall that she was a little bit of a picky eater. She would occasionally just want to order like white rice, and that's what she would have. But she also ate like smoothies and ice cream, and, you know, like she ate a good variety. But I do remember that she was a little bit picky of an eater. One thing that also makes me think of this, one thing that we did as a nursing team almost is she was ordered to have some vitamins. And I recall that Maya had trouble swallowing pills. So her vitamins came in a liquid form. And if you've never had the opportunity to try a liquid vitamin, it's pretty rough to swallow. So what we did, we figured out for her is if we took a popsicle and melted it almost down to a slushy, we could squirt the vitamin in, it was like a small syringe, into that mixture, and then she could like sip it down that way, so she wouldn't have to just take the vitamin straight.
Now, at any point during the hospitalization, did you come to learn that Maya nominated one of your colleagues for an award for exemplary nursing service?
Yes.
And who was that?
Her name is Lindsay Arenas.
And what was the award that Lindsay Arenas was nominated for by Maya Kowalski?
So it was the Daisy Award. What the Daisy Award is, it's a nursing-only award. The Daisy Foundation was created by a family who had a child who had cancer during his younger years. And then when he was older, I think roughly in his 30s, developed some sort of immunosuppressive issue. and then subsequently passed away from the immunosuppression issue. So they created this foundation to acknowledge nurses who create like special bonds, do exemplary things for their patients. And that is what Lindsay was nominated for.
And how does one go about getting nominated for a Daisy Award by a patient?
So we have, you can do it a couple of ways. There's a paper format. So literally someone can write out what they want, and then they can also submit something online.
I'd like to show you what's in evidence as 3240-001-002 and see if you recognize the document that's going to be coming up on your screen there in front of you.
Okay.
If we could get that on both pages. So what is it that we're looking at here with 32401 and 32401 and 32402?
So the one ending 01 is just talking about what the Daisy Award is, kind of what I talked about.
And then what do we have on page 2 here? And if we could just kind of zoom in on the text that's here so the jury can see it a little better, the handwriting. So what are we looking at here?
So I would say that this is Maya's handwriting describing what she liked about Lindsay.
And I don't know if you're able to make it out, but what are some of the things here that she seems to like about Lindsay?
It looks like she's saying she's very fast, super nice. Example, when I have to use a bathroom or anything, she would come as fast as possible.
And so this would be an example of a patient making
This would be a
nomination.
patient nominating, yes.
Now, I understand you also won a Daisy Award during Maya's hospitalization. You remember that?
Correct.
Tell me a little bit about what it was that you were doing for Maya that led to you winning a Daisy Award during the time in question.
So my nomination came from a fellow staff member. I already talked a little bit about how I would help her with her morning routine frequently.
Sustained.
Did you ever do anything for Maya Kowalski outside of the hospital? Why don't you tell the jury a little bit about that?
So I took her laundry home on 2 occasions, washed it and brought it back to the hospital. That is because when I was helping her change, she was very low on clothing options. So I wanted to help her have as many choices as possible. So literally I worked on a day, asked her if it was okay if I took them home. She said yes. I went home after working like 13 hours, did her laundry, and came back at 7 the next morning, primarily because I wanted her to have the options. Really, we could have called it a day and just put her in a hospital gown when she ran out of her personal clothing, but I didn't want that to happen.
And when you were nominated for this Daisy Award, was reference made to the fact that you were doing Maya's laundry?
Yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, ma'am.
According to the All Children's Hospital medical staff rules and regulations, when you are on shift, you are to complete at least one nursing note. Is that right?
Well, we chart, so yes, we would make
Okay,
an
there.
assessment, yes.
Right. Well, it sounds like you and Maya were just really close, right?
I would say, I mean, I definitely had a fond place for her, but she was close with a lot of our staff. She stayed with us for almost 3 months.
In fact, there were a lot of staff that saw her a heck of a lot more than you did. In fact, you only saw Maya charting in on 5 occasions. One on November 2nd, one on November 10th, one on November 13th, one on November 20th, and one on December 7th. True?
I would say that's accurate, but I am also the charge nurse every day that I go to work. So as a charge nurse, I am responsible for overseeing the entire floor's status. So I'm a point person for admissions, transfers, discharges. I have an idea of why every patient is in the hospital at the time they are. So even if I wasn't actually taking care of her or charting on her, I would have been helping to oversee her care during that shift.
Anything else? Ma'am, I only ask you whether it's true you charted in seeing her on 5 occasions. How many kids are on that floor?
We run a variety of census, but our max census would be 28.
All right. So now, if you were really close with her, one would expect you to, I guess, be like featured with her. Like when she put up her list of favorite people, would you not be part of it?
I mean, that's Maya's choice.
Can we put up 2364 008 009? For the record, it's the My Care Journal. I think there's 2 pages to it, 08 and 09. You see your name anywhere on that?
No?
All right. And I'm just curious, did you work with Kathy Beatty a lot?
I know who Kathy Beatty is.
Did you ever discuss Maya with her?
No.
Did you ever discuss Maya with anybody from risk management?
No.
Did you ever discuss Maya with anyone on the floor?
I would have talked about Maya to fellow nursing staff.
Mm-hmm. Maya was in 5 different rooms while she was there, was she not?
I'm not 100% sure how many rooms she was in.
All right, well, you worked on the 7th floor, right?
Correct.
Okay. And did Kathy Beatty work on that floor normally?
She was one of the hospital social workers, so she worked on all floors.
Don't hospital social workers get assigned a specific, well, what was the 7th floor known as?
Known as?
Yes. What were the children? Was it the PICU? What was it?
Okay. So I work on a med-surg floor. Our specialty is neuroscience and surgery.
Right. All right. So Kathy Beatty, I think the testimony has been, worked the PICU. Why was Kathy Beatty up on your, what's it called, med-surg?
A medical surgical floor.
Medical surgical floor.
Mm-hmm.
What was she doing up there?
Because social work goes to all the units.
Well, aren't social workers assigned to a specific floor?
They can be, but they will also cross-cover for other areas.
And you were aware that Kathy Beatty was assigned to Maya, right?
I mean, I'm sure she was one of them one of the social workers that took care of Maya.
All right. Maya was pretty modest, you said?
Yes.
So she would definitely find it, in your opinion, offensive to be forced to strip down and have photos taken of her, wouldn't she?
Objection on the matter of false speculation. Overruled. You can answer now.
Okay. I mean, I just have no comment on that. I wasn't there the day that it happened, so I wasn't part of that at all.
Well, you spent a lot of time explaining to the jury about how well you knew her and about her modesty. You have no opinion on whether this girl you knew to this extent would find it offensive to be stripped down and have photos taken from her?
Objection, argumentative speculation. Overruled. You can answer that.
I do not.
No opinion. All right. Let me ask you along those lines, if we could bring up Exhibit 25.
You have to.
I see what you're going to show the witness, Mr. Rayner.
Yes. This is for identification.
We approach
Your Honor,
this, please.
it's 2597-015.
Please approach.
Were there cameras mounted in the ceiling of some of the rooms on your floor?
Yes.
Were there cameras mounted in the ceiling of almost all of the rooms on your floor?
No, it's a portion of the rooms.
They what?
It's a portion of the rooms.
All right. And so are you aware of whether cameras in Maya's room were working?
Object, foundations, characterization, facts, and evidence, also speculation.
I would say yes.
Right. So there was an ability then, if they wanted to, let's strike it. Were the camera feed outs going to the nursing station?
No.
Where would they go? If you know.
There would have been like a central monitoring room of some sort.
All right. And do you happen to know if the central monitoring room had the ability to record any data from the cameras?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay. And were you involved in the transportation of Maya to a surveillance room? A surveillance room?
No.
No. Yes. Fine.
Brief follow-up.
Mr. Hughes, Nurse Rep, on the 7th floor, are there some rooms that are known as seizure monitoring rooms?
There are, yes.
Do those rooms have video capability?
They have video and audio capability.
Thank you very much for your time. Best of luck.
Nothing further on.
Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions? Members of the jury, I'm going to be able to ask almost all of your questions. It was and this is the question, it was kind of you to take home Maya's laundry, but do you think you overstepped boundaries as a nurse?
So, I mean, I think that's really a tough call for me because I kind of spoke to it earlier. I could have called it a day and just put her in a gown because we have tons of clean linen at the hospital. But I really felt letting Maya have a choice in her outfit for the day would make a difference. So that is why I took her clothes home.
Did you reach out to her parents to ask permission to take home her laundry to wash, or did you ask DCF if you could take home the laundry to wash?
I'll be honest, I did not do either of those things.
Did you call her parents to tell them she needed clean clothes and they asked you to wash her clothes?
We did let her dad know that she was running low on clothing, but I did not ask permission to wash her clothes.
Is it protocol to use a gait belt with a fall risk patient at your hospital?
Yes, it can be for certain patients, yes.
Did you ever observe Maya wearing skinny jeans?
I don't really recall her wearing jeans, more so like shorts and like athletic shorts sort of stuff, like jean shorts, athletic shorts.
If you received an order from a doctor that was above hospital protocol parameters, would you question those orders and would that be documented in the medical record?
I guess I need a better example of what that means.
Is there anything else on your answer to that?
No, I mean, if there was something that I was like really worried about or didn't seem to fit what was going on with the patient, I would definitely make contact with the doctor, but I would need a specific example to
How
answer.
often, I'm sorry, were you finished? I apologize, didn't mean to speak over you. How often as the bedside or charge nurse did you communicate with Kathy Beatty about Maya's care or needs?
I mean, I don't recall having many conversations with her at all. The things that Kathy would have kept us informed about would be like any changes related to the DCF plan or like changes in if she could have different visitors or like if those are the types of things that social work would inform nursing staff about. So it would be more as a as-needed basis.
Did Maya have bad days where she just stayed in bed?
I would say like she would have some days that probably started off a little rougher than others. I don't recall her staying 100% in bed. I think at that point we would be reaching out to our friends in like Child Life, like pet therapy, music therapy, doing something to try and bring her mood up.
Would you say Maya was a good patient or troubling?
No, I mean, I don't have any bad memories of Maya's time with us. She was a beautiful, smart little girl. She was definitely a good patient.
When Maya was in the video observation room for, I believe, 2 days, were you the floor nurse for Maya during those 48 hours?
I was not.
Did you or a different floor nurse, if not you, keep the morning routine flowing, or was that morning routine interrupted?
I mean, I can't speak for what someone else's practice was during that time.
While Maya was in the video observation room, did you or the floor nurse for that area, if not you, did that nurse make their daily notes in Maya's file?
They should have been charting a daily assessment and activities.
After Maya was returned to a regular room from the video observation room, were you still or once again become Maya's floor nurse?
So yes, again, I definitely take care of patients, and I definitely am the charge nurse. So as a charge nurse, I kind of have an over view of everyone on the floor. So nursing doesn't happen as you're assigned to this patient and you're the only one who takes care of them during your shift. We really work together, and if Maya would need something, if her call light comes on, if someone's walking down the hall, someone might just pop in her room and say hi. Like, that's a common occurrence for every patient on our in the hospital, I would say, and especially our unit, because we have an amazing team.
I'm sorry, I forgot if I asked this question, and if I did, just tell me and I'll move on. After Maya was returned to a regular room from the video observation room, were you still or once again became Maya's floor nurse?
I mean, I would have taken care of her after she was back in a regular room.
Did you make any review of the observation room nurse's notations?
No. I mean, I wouldn't have had any reason to do that.
Were you Maya's floor nurse from the time she was out of the emergency room until she was discharged from the hospital?
So I was one of the nurses who helped care for her. She initially, when she left the emergency room, she went to an ICU setting. And then when the ICU had cleared her is when she was transferred out to my unit.
Was Maya from October to January always on the same floor, just different rooms, or did Maya float to different rooms and different floors?
I mean, outside of moving from the ICU setting to the med-surg setting, I believe once she got to 7 North that she stayed on our unit. We also have a policy that says every 30 days a patient has to move to a new room, and it gives like our housekeeping staff a good opportunity to really like deep clean the room to keep our germs down as much as we can.
As a floor nurse, was it part of your job or routine to make daily notes into her medical file?
If I was actually assigned to her as her floor nurse, yes, I would have been charting on her.
When, if ever, did you last speak to counsel before your testimony today?
At some point, like yesterday evening, I talked to. They were just making sure like I knew where I was coming and that sort of thing.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hughes, do you have any follow-up questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any follow-up questions?
Were you involved, ma'am, in the Jack Kowalski's attempts to get a Christmas dress to Maya?
I don't recall anything about that.
Did Kathy Beatty tell you that the Kowalskis, that is Beata and Jack, kept parental rights as the medical decision?
Objection, hearsay.
Or admission?
Overruled.
So I don't recall having that specific conversation with Kathy.
As a floor nurse, or the nurses underneath you, were you responsible if there was going to be a procedure, surgery, or whatever, with getting the signed consent forms from parents?
So any procedure requires consent. That is correct. So at that point, the first step for any nurse would be to go to the chart,
Right.
figure out who has the ability to sign the consent, and then that's the person we would reach out to.
Okay. And were you involved in trying to get any consent for the port removal of Maya?
I was not, no.
Were you involved in obtaining the consent for taking photographs of her without most of her clothing on?
I was not.
were you involved in obtaining consent for Maya being placed in that surveillance room for 48 hours?
I was not.
And you were prepped by defense counsel for how many hours total over the past month?
Like maybe one. That wasn't very long at all.
Okay, including all emails and other communications?
I mean, okay, so if I include emails, maybe like 5 emails, a handful. Yeah.
And did Kathy Beatty or anyone, any nurse, ever tell you that there was a belief that Maya could actually walk?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Hughes?
Nothing from my end, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, second more questions? Nurse, there's a few more questions. Did you observe Kathy Beatty sitting on Maya's bed?
No, not that I recall.
Did you observe Kathy Beatty listening to Maya's phone calls?
No.
Was not Maya told there were some kids she was not allowed to talk to?
I mean, we wouldn't have restricted her from talking to people. Like fellow patients, for sure.
Yeah.
So she would not have been restricted from talking to other patients.
Can you move the microphone a little bit closer to her?
Better.
Clarifying when Maya returned to your care after the 48 hours away from your care. Were you not curious to know what happened while out of your realm and review anything, quote, notable, end quote, that happened while Maya was gone?
So first of all, Maya never left our unit. She was just moved to a different room within the unit. So outside of just moving from one room to another room, nothing changed. It's really not nursing's place to like make a diagnosis or order new testing. So at that point, we would have been relying on our physician staff to determine what information they were hoping to get from watching her on the video.
Mr. Hughes, anything further?
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, anything further? May this witness be excused
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
and released from subpoenas?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, members of the jury, I know you've only been in for an hour and 10 minutes, but we've been here a little bit longer than that. So I think this is going to be a good time for us to take a mid-morning break. Let's try to keep this to 10 minutes. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
All rise. Jurors exit.
The jury's out of our presence. Any issues we need to address before we go on break?
Just briefly, Judge. I didn't mention it yesterday during the deposition, during the testimony of Dr. Deeds. Plaintiff's counsels tend to be loud and occasionally laugh. I would remind the court that they requested to be next to the jury. During the nurse's testimony, again, they were a little disruptive. And I'm just asking for consideration from the other counsel that when we're on direct to not be making derogatory looks, comments, gestures. They're right next to the jury at their request. And next time I'll stand up and ask to approach. But it's been a theme.
Don't need to say anything. We're not.
Okay, well, everyone heard it, so let's just try our best, everybody, to keep our facial expressions. And I need to say this, everyone needs to remember that the microphones are very sensitive. So when we staple something next to the microphone, flip a pen, hit it with our arm, sigh, it really is, everyone ends up hearing it. So let's try to remember that. I know there's microphones all over the place, and everyone has to do the best, but let's try to remember that as well. Okay, let's take 10 minutes. Seated, everybody. Any issues we need to address before we bring in the jury?
Just had a chance to talk to counsel, and Sally Smith, we had thought Judge was going to be considerably longer than she is. We're just going to confirm that both sides are staying away from anything having to do with Chapter 39. And so hopefully she'll be shorter. That may present some problems for timing for them, but
Judge, first of all, not my witness, but I did share that we understood that we're not.
Mr. Connor's not here. We
are not waiting for him. He had other issues that he had to deal with, but that we understood we're not going to go into detail of her report or anything, but that we could get into her role, what her role was, etc. So yes, we agreed that her testimony was probably considerably shorter than we had anticipated given the court vote.
Well, I would imagine that we're going to have some discussions at sidebar during her testimony.
I would think that it'll be questions also from the jury. So, yes, it may take longer than we think.
Anything else before we bring the jury back in?
Not from the defense counsel.
Bring in the jury.
All rise. Jurors back in jury.
Members of the jury, welcome back. Please be seated. I want to confirm while you're waiting, you did not discuss this case, you did not do the investigation or receive no information. Is that all correct? And that no one approached you about this case, is that correct? And you did not see any of the media coverage. Correct. Defense, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Mark Anderson.
Stand here and face the clerk. Raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
If it may please the court. Good morning, sir. If you could introduce yourself to the jury.
Morning. My name is Mark Anderson.
Okay. The other Mr. Anderson. I wish the court reporter luck. So, yeah, no relation to the gentleman sitting behind me, correct?
No.
Okay.
Correct.
We got the hard part out of the way. All right. Can you tell the jury what do you do for work?
Right now, I'm semi-retired. I do some consulting for a medical device company.
Okay, so let's take you back. But was there a time that where you served in executive leadership at a children's hospital?
Yes, from the year 1980 to 2000, I was employed by Children's Hospital of Wisconsin. While I was there, I had a variety of senior management roles. When I first started there, this was after I had completed a master's degree in health and hospital administration. I first went there as the department director for the admissions and ambulatory services department. I served in that capacity for a couple of years, and then I moved into a role of vice president for clinical and support services for Children's of Wisconsin. That entailed the departments of laboratory, medical records, pharmacy, x-ray, material services, housekeeping, basically everything other than nursing reported to me at that point in time. In the year 1991, I became the executive vice president and chief operating officer of Children's of Wisconsin.
Okay, so I'm going to take you a little bit backwards now. Where did you achieve your undergraduate degree?
I went to the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa and received a commerce and business degree that was concentrated in healthcare management.
Okay, and what did you do after you graduated from the University of Alabama?
I worked full-time for a year or so at Children's Hospital of Alabama, which is located in Birmingham.
Okay, and what title did you have there?
While there, I was also the director of ambulatory services in the emergency department.
Did you obtain any graduate degrees at the University of Alabama, Birmingham?
In 1980, I received my Master's of Hospital and Health Administration from the University of Alabama, Birmingham. Subsequent to that, a number of years, in the year 2012, I returned and I received a doctorate in health administration from the University of Alabama, Birmingham.
And was it after that that you went to Children's Hospital of Wisconsin?
It was after my master's degree.
And was there a time that you obtained any other degrees? I believe you obtained a degree in theology, is that right?
Right. Serving at Milwaukee, I had done a lot of volunteer work in various countries abroad, both volunteer work but also medical missions work. And I got fascinated by some of the work that I was doing, so I returned and in 1997 received a degree, a Master's of Arts degree in theological studies from McCormick Seminary in Chicago, Illinois.
What years were you at Children's Hospital of Wisconsin?
From 1980 to 2000.
Okay. And what did you do after you left Children's Hospital of Wisconsin?
In the year 2000, I relocated to Virginia, and I worked for a not-for-profit, non-governmental organization called Project Hope. Project Hope did overseas training for health professionals, and I was a management officer at Project Hope, overseeing the areas of Asia and the Middle East.
Was there a time that you started working for an organization, the Society for International Health?
The Center for International Health, from 2003 till 2010. The Center for International Health was in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It was a consortium of academic and medical institutions. It did the same type of work Project Hope did. It did health training for health professionals overseas. I was a CEO of that organization.
Okay. And was there a time through your professional or volunteer work that you had the opportunity to go overseas and work with Mother Teresa?
Indeed, in 1991, I was doing medical mission work, and I spent time in Calcutta working for Mother Teresa's organization, the Sisters of Charity, in their home for the dying indigent patients.
And was there a time in your professional and volunteer work that you had the opportunity to work with Bishop Desmond Tutu?
In the mid-90s through about 2015, I had multiple involvements with the Archbishop in some of the work that he was doing in South Africa relative to refugees and also providing medical supplies to his organization.
So going back to your education and training, did you achieve a doctorate in health administration?
I did in the year 2012 from University of Alabama, Birmingham.
And after you completed your work around the country and overseas, have you since returned, or did you since return to the Tampa Bay area and work in any capacity while here?
After working, yes. After working in the Center for International Health, after I received my doctorate degree, I stepped back into hospital administration in the United States, working first at Jacksonville, Florida for Shands Hospital, which is part of the University of Florida, and then 2 years after that working for Tampa General Hospital in Tampa General for 4 years as the senior administrator for ambulatory services development.
Turning to this case, I retained you to look at the materials available to determine whether All Children's Hospital had appropriate organizational structures for patient safety. Is that true?
Correct.
And just to go over some of the records that I sent you, did you have a chance to review organizational charts?
Correct.
Did you have a chance to review depositions, including those of Dr. Mueller, Dr. Perno? Is that correct?
I did.
Did you have a chance to review Kathy Betty's testimony?
I did.
Did you have a chance to review the human resources file of Miss Betty?
I did.
Did you have a chance to review medical records from All Children's?
I did.
Did those include both during times of admission and attempts to transfer?
Yes, it did.
Did you have a chance to review policies and procedures from All Children's Hospital?
I did.
did you have the chance to either review or observe the testimony of the plaintiff's expert, Joe Corcoran?
I did.
Okay. How much have you charged for your services to date, if you can approximate that?
I believe $5,600.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit based on your training and experience and your review of the records to date. How does a hospital like All Children's function tied into its affiliation with an academic medical center?
Children's hospitals basically are entities that perform as a safety net for pediatric care. Most children's hospitals in the United States are a part of academic medical centers, which means they're complex entities because there are different objectives that academic medical centers have. They have an education mission, they have a research mission, but their primary mission is clinical care. And because of so many different missions, though, you have a complex organization where there are competing interests sometimes for resources, for activities, and all manner of funding and activities. But where the academic centers come together and integrate most effectively is in the area of clinical care. And that happens really at the bedside, because that's really where the primary mission exists. How to treat the patient, how to do what's best for them, how to relocate them out of the hospital back into home situations in the best manner that can be achieved. It's difficult. Children's hospitals are unique from other perspectives in the sense that...
And let me give you a question on that. What's unique about how a children's hospital would operate versus how an adult hospital would operate?
Children's hospitals are institutions that basically have the sole mission of trying to deal with the lives of children. And so they're geared towards comprehensively looking at the needs of children. And one of the things that those of us who have a history in children's hospitals like to say is that children really are not small adults. They have different needs and different requirements. They are not able, in some cases, to be able to tell you where they hurt or what their conditions are because of their age specific status. The medications that they might receive smaller doses because of their size and weight and characteristics like that. The equipment that treats them is different, again, because of size and specifics. So there are a lot of issues associated with children's hospitals that make them unique and different in and of themselves.
The jury's heard the concept of silos in hospitals. Can you tell the jury how each individual silo, from physician, nursing, social work, how they would be subject to a quality review process?
The silos refer a little to what I was referring to earlier in terms of the education mission, for example, or research or clinical care. And the way that organizations such as academic medical centers begin to look at quality, they develop quality plans. So they're departmental specific activities that are annualized, in each and every department will have a specific series of objectives to meet quality care goals that are established for the organization as a whole. Physician components from the medical staff will have their own degree of goals and objectives that they have. They attend grand rounds in academic centers where there are teaching components. They are in the continuing learning process as faculty members and students. Each of the separate departments within a hospital will have their own specific quality assurance plan defined for their specific entity. And that will translate all the way down into specific quality activities that will be embedded in each employee's annual review. So it's a process that has an annual quality assurance and improvement plan for the organization, stepping down to the specific entities that are part of that, whether it be medical staff or hospital staff, and then down to the specific departments, and then all the way down to the individual.
So let's talk a little bit about the annual review process. In your review of the files that I've sent you, did you notice whether Kathy Beatty in social work was subject to annual reviews?
Yes, I reviewed a number of her human resource reviews, yes.
And did you notice that she had been an employee of All Children since about 2009?
Correct.
And did you have a chance to review her performance reviews in 2015 and 2016?
I did.
And how does a performance review work at a hospital? Who's doing the review? If you could talk about that in the Care 360 model.
And each individual will be reviewed by their immediate supervisor. And as part of an annual review, several things happen. One, you review the past year's activities of that employee. So there's a review of what's happened. And then the second part of the review is really setting forth what are going to be the goals and objectives for that employee going forward. In Ms. Beatty's annual reviews, for the year that she was being reviewed, she was evaluated by her direct supervisor on a series of previously agreed on objectives that she would try and meet.
Yeah, objection, you're not needed for that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Going back to the performance reviews, did you have a chance to see whether in Ms. Betty's annual reviews whether she met the standards of care for her review.
Yes. Her reviews reflected that she was evaluated as having met and exceeded the different elements of her review. There was also a component of the review process that is referred commonly to a 360-degree process. And what that entails is really a portion of an employee's review consists of an evaluation by their peers in their department. So Ms. Beatty was, her review reflected that she was viewed and evaluated excellently and met the thresholds of her peers.
And the jury has previously seen that Ms. Beatty did have a verbal write-up in 2016. Were you provided that?
I was, and the record reflected that she had a verbal altercation with another employee. She was given an oral warning, but not a written warning, and she apologized to the employee that was involved, and that was how it was reflected in her record.
And other than that, in her personal file from 2009 through what you reviewed through the operative time of 2017, did you see any other verbal or written warnings of any sort?
No.
Okay. And then in terms of the structure, is it your understanding that social work would report to integrated patient care and then to nursing? Is that what your understanding is?
Correct.
Okay. And there would be chains of command if there were concerns that could be elevated up further, if there were concerns. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's get back a little bit to the overall process of review by the hospital. In terms of quality review, does all children, are they required to have a quality review process?
Yes. Most organizations choose to go through a quality process that is a accreditation and review process by the Joint Commission on Accreditation of Hospitals.
Yeah, let me interrupt you there. So I'll have you explain what the Joint Commissions are, but is All Children's audited by federal agencies to ensure that they are in compliance with safety plans?
Yes.
And who is that?
But it is the Joint Commission as one body, and it could be others as well.
And explain to the jury, if you can, who the Joint Commissions are and what their role is.
The Joint Commission is an organization that was set up 70 or 80 years ago. It is an accreditation and evaluation organization. Its purpose in being set up was to try and standardize the way hospitals provide care across the country. And it identifies for each and every department of a hospital a series of standards of quality that are evaluated on a routine basis by surveyors from the Joint Commission. Typically, the Joint Surveyor Commissioners, reviewers come in every 3 years. However, they can come in on a spot check basis, randomized basis. Usually, a survey will consist of 4 to 5 days of going through every record of the hospital from a perspective of looking at documentation per department of how they are meeting quality goals. And it is an arduous process. Different surveyors survey different things. There is a physician, there is an administrator, there is a hospital management, facilities management expert who will literally go through the hospital, poking up tiles, looking for breaches in the ceiling. And it's a very arduous, extensive process.
And in your review of the records and available data, did All Children's Hospital meet those accreditations?
Yes, they did.
And was that true in 2016?
Yes.
Okay. So let me talk to you a little bit about retrospective review. There are quality departments in the hospital that retrospectively review patient care. Is that true?
Correct.
And then,
and sorry, he's got an approach on this.
Continue, Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you, Your Honor. In your experience working with hospitals, I wanted to talk to you about your experience on the role of social work and what they're generally tasked to do. So just to sort of suggest this, is social work usually the discipline that works with discharge planning?
Yes.
Okay, and why? What's their role in that regard, from your understanding?
The social work area actually starts when the patient comes into the hospital and really carries through all throughout the admission of the patient. But towards the end of the patient's stay, social workers are very much involved in discharge planning. They're trying to identify areas where there can be support systems for the patient when they get home. During the admission itself, they might be helping to examine if the patient doesn't have funds for the treatment to secure financial resources. So in association with other people, including discharge planners, social work is engaged in doing everything they can to facilitate a transfer out of the hospital or a discharge out of the hospital.
One of the questions that the jury has asked in this case is why Maya's case did not rise to the level of senior leadership at the hospital. Based on your experience as the chief operating officer at a children's hospital, let me ask you, I'm going to approach on this one question. Mr. Anderson, you have experience as the chief operating officer of a children's hospital where children are sheltered. Is that true?
Correct.
In a case like Maya's, why doesn't a child under shelter always rise to the highest executive levels?
Objection.
In many cases, at a children's hospital, as I mentioned before, they're only doing pediatric care. And what typically happens is there are, and also because children's hospitals usually are serving a large geographic population, there are any number of cases that might have sheltering orders that come to the hospital. So Maya's case, while it was unique and challenging, would not necessarily be all that uncommon in a children's hospital. Children's hospitals commonly are perform a role as an intermediary or a buffer at times, and so there could be other types of restrictions that patients have in a hospital. So as long as the medical care of the patient, like Maya, is being conducted appropriately, it might not rise to a level where there would be an intervention by a senior official.
Are there also what I would call privacy concerns where those cases are not always discussed and addressed at high executive levels?
There's always an intent to protect the privacy of a patient and family. There are HIPAA regulations as well, so there is indeed an effort to really protect the privacy issue and monitor the case as how it's being performed on a medical basis.
So we talked a little bit about retrospective reviews and quality committees. Let's talk about real-time review of patient care that would involve patient safety. In your role as a chief executive at a children's hospital, are you aware of certain real-time events to ensure patient care, such as, for example, handoffs?
Hospitals basically are based on shift work. There are 3 different shifts during a 24-hour period. What commonly happens is at shift changeover, there is a handoff from the shift that is going off duty to the shift that's coming on duty, where there's a discussion of what's occurred during that time frame, what the patient needs are, what the status of patients in the unit might be. That huddle, if you want to call it that, of employees, or a meeting of the combination of staff, really is very comprehensive in terms of being multidisciplinary. It involves nurses, it involves physicians, it could involve pharmacists, social workers on the unit. So it's comprehensive. It is really almost on a routine basis during the day, a triage examination of what the care needs of the unit's patients are. And then in addition to that, there could be an examination of each patient specific, what their needs are. So it is a real-time discussion of what the needs of patients are at that moment in time, real time, and what's going to be addressed over the course of upcoming time. So it really is a very specific examination of what's going on at the moment.
And are you familiar with the concept of interdisciplinary team meetings?
Yes, again, those are very common within hospitals, not amongst physician nurses, all disciplines of the hospital.
And in your review of the records, did you see documented in the records that, for example, the period of October 7th to the 13th, before the shelter order, that there were care planning meetings that were also attended by the family?
Yes.
Let me talk to you about your overall view of, based on what you've reviewed, did it appear to you, based on the materials you've reviewed, the records, the policies, that All Children's Hospital had an appropriate safety plan in place for patient care?
Yes, it did.
Foundation predicate form of that.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Yes, it did.
Okay. In your review of the materials, did it appear that All Children's, well, there was a concept that was introduced about if everyone's involved with safety, no one's in charge of safety. What is your response to that?
Same objection.
Overruled.
Going back to the comment about the interdisciplinary meetings, the advantage of that type of situation when you have all the caregivers in the same meeting discussing the patient at the same time, each member of that interdisciplinary group can discuss the needs and concerns that they might have for that patient. So everyone is taking ownership of their part of the medical care of the patient. So it's an advantage to have multiple people involved, to have the whole team being committed to the needs of the patient.
And within a reasonable degree of hospital administration, did you find that All Children's Hospital had appropriate levels of oversight, supervision, and direction?
Yes.
Foundation predicate beyond disclosure.
Yes.
And within a reasonable degree of hospital administration probability, did you believe that from an operational standpoint that All Children's met accepted standards of care?
Objection beyond scope of foundation predicate.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
1 minute, Bill. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I don't have any other questions at this time.
Council, Mr. Anderson?
Your Honor, we have not received the.
Members of the jury, why don't we take a 5-minute break? Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do the investigation and receive no information.
All rise. Jurors exit.
Our presence, witness Mr. Anderson, you're in the middle of your testimony, so you cannot talk to anyone, including the lawyers, about the substance of your testimony, okay? We'll take 5 minutes and y'all can get the papers to each other. I appreciate it. We ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to ask a clarifying question of the witness before I disagree.
Do we need to witness Mr. Anderson to step out?
Yes, I think so.
Mr. Anderson, the witness, I need you to step out, please.
Okay. Witness Mr. Anderson is out of our presence. Attorney Mr. Anderson.
We still
Or,
haven't seen
sorry, it was Mr. Shapiro that had the question.
Yes, he has
Yeah,
a question.
the performance reviews we have are from October 2014 to the end of October 2015 and the end of October 2015.
The ones that he reviewed.
The ones that he reviewed through the end of October 2016, and I was going to clarify that with him.
Yeah, which means that the corrective action notice and the subsequent performance review was never produced to us for the relevant 2.5 months that I remained in that hospital.
Okay. Do you have the performance review of the time that Kathy Beatty sorry, that Maya Kowalski was at the hospital.
No, Your Honor.
For parts of it, yes.
Well, October
Okay.
2016.
You don't have it here or
No, we
in
don't have
evidence?
No.
Okay, this is what you're going to do.
Yep.
You're going to produce it tonight to the plaintiffs. Okay. If it's a performance review covering the time period that Maya Kowalski was at the hospital, you're going to do that. You're going to get it as soon as possible, but no later than, let's say, 6 p.m. today. This witness, although will be excused, is subject to being called back. And if there's a financial issue, we can address that if it becomes necessary.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay.
So then I would cross today, but then be able to bring him back if I decided after reading that it was necessary.
If there's something in that performance evaluation that you need to ask this witness about, then let us know and we'll bring this person back.
I understand the court's ruling.
Right.
Your Honor, separate issue is the reference to JCAL accreditation and meeting those standards. While you were out, I asked the court reporter to mark the questions, and we'd like the questions read into the record again so that we can address the issue.
I'm not following you. The questions were asked, so why are we re-asking the questions?
Well, there seems to be a dispute over what was asked at sidebar. What was asked, and it can be read into the record, was whether Johns Hopkins, All Children's Hospital, met the accreditation standards of the Joint Commission. And we asked for anything he relied upon in discovery, and we were never provided those reports. There's not something we can just go Google and get. So they're in the hospital's possession. They're in the expert's possession. We're not able to cross on these documents.
Did he review or rely on the Joint Commission accreditation?
No, it's the hospital can't operate as a facility without being accredited by the Joint Commissions. They can't accept Medicaid or Medicare funding. I didn't know that anybody was disputing that the hospital was running an unlicensed facility. It was a generic statement that all hospitals that are subject to licensure in the state of Florida, actually nationally, are subject to audits by the Joint Commissions. It's a condition. I didn't even go this far, but it is a condition of Medicare. Medicaid is a generic
Did the plaintiffs ask for the documents reviewed and relied upon by?
Yes, we did, Your Honor.
When?
2020.
He was retained in 2021.
Did you ask with respect to this witness?
Well, I'm told yes. We can address it again.
Conceptually, here's the thing. If there was a specific request to this witness to produce the file, and if it wasn't produced, that also will need to be produced by 6 o'clock today. Now, if they being the plaintiffs didn't ask, it's a different story. So if you can look to see if there was a specific request, I'm sure you all can then get the file if there was a request.
Okay, I mean, I can have the request for production here it's a 2020 June 10th, our RFP to Mark Anderson. And it asks for any and all documents and materials referenced. So we asked for all materials from Mark Anderson. It has several others, but I'll stop there.
Mr. Shapiro, why are you, okay, if they use a specific name in 2020, how was he retained in 2021?
I may be off on the case. I read into the record everything he's relied on. He didn't.
Okay, well, it sounds like that there was a specific request for the documents that this expert relied on. So from a discovery standpoint, you have until 6 p.m. today to get everything that this witness relied on to the plaintiffs.
They have every single document that he relied on. I can read them into the court again, but I can re-email them to him.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
We can email them in the next 10 minutes.
And again, this witness will remain, and if we need to call him back, we'll do that. So, but for now, are you ready to go? I know you don't have these documents, but you'll have them sometime today.
We're as ready as we can be.
And just to be very clear, he was never sent joint accreditation documents. He didn't rely on joint accreditation documents, so I don't know that there's anything that they're going to expect to get other than what I read, depositions of Dr. Perno, deposition transcripts, 4th amended complaint, 8th amended complaint, the hospital records, Sally Smith's medical evaluation, all children's
Mr.
policies.
Shapiro, if the witness relied on documents, they need to go to the plaintiffs pursuant to the document request. That seems like a very fundamental issue.
I totally agree. I'm just making the record for the court. They have every single document that he relied on. He didn't rely on joint commission.
What you're reading is what you provided the witness, which is a little bit different than the document request. So I've said what I said, 6 p.m., if not before. Let's do that. Let's continue on knowing that the plaintiffs may be able to have another bite at the apple, so to speak. Let's go get witness Mr. Anderson. Let's bring in the jury. Seated. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did not do any investigation, and you received no information. Is that all correct? And has anyone approached you about this case? Has anyone given you media coverage about this case? Mr. Anderson. Sorry. Attorney Mr. Anderson, you may now ask witness Mr. Anderson questions.
Star Trek, Mr. Small.
Make it so.
So
you got that, didn't you?
So I would be correct that the last time you actually were a CEO, it was 20 years ago in Wisconsin at a children's hospital there?
I was a senior administrative. I held the title Chief Operating Officer for Ambulatory Services at Tampa General, so that would have been 2018. For a children's hospital, 2000. You're correct.
Sounds correct. 20 years ago. In Wisconsin.
In Wisconsin.
Did you actually review the Joint Commission reports that you testified to on direct examination?
There were comments in the material that I was provided that referenced that, I believe.
All right, so you received an outline prepared by these guys that had some of the quotes from the reports in it. True?
True.
And that report, how many pages was it? I mean, not the report, I mean the outline. How many pages was that outline?
I'm not following which outline you're talking about.
The very same outline you just testified contained comments from the Joint Commission reports.
Well, what I was referencing there is I received thousands of pages of material before us.
I understand that. I'm asking you whether there was anything prepared by the defense lawyers that summarized or provided you with the choice of materials you were going to testify to?
Yes.
How many pages was it?
2 or 3.
And in that outline, they pointed to you certain deposition excerpts?
No.
The standards you were to testify to?
I'm trying to be sure I'm specific about what outline you're talking about. I received a document of what portions of my testimony would be this morning that had outlines of topics that I had discussed with my attorney.
Okay, so they told you
May we approach on this?
No.
what
I object to the invasion of work product.
they told you what you'd be testifying to, right?
Same objection.
Overall, you can answer.
They told me topics for discussion as a prep.
And within those topics, they also gave you materials or excerpts from materials that you should use, did they not?
They gave me, if we're talking about the information this morning, I reviewed some documents relative to an HR performance eval.
I'll get to that in a moment. What I'm asking you, sir, if I'm understanding your testimony, you got an outline from the defense last night. Are we in agreement there?
It was not last night, it was this morning. And I received a document about discussions that we had about topics that were going to be brought to my attention to discuss this morning.
Okay, in that one, did they provide you with references for materials that would be useful in discussing that topic?
No.
Then how? Other than telling you what you were going to be asked, topics you were going to be asked this morning, what else did they provide you in that outline?
A listing of materials that I had previously looked at, and then a documents relative to Ms. Beatty's performance evals.
Okay. So you yourself did not go out and seek any materials in this case, did you?
Materials I received were provided over time.
The defense provided you with the materials you were to base your opinion on, right?
Correct.
Did they provide you with the 2017 review of Kathy Beatty?
Yes.
They did. For the year encompassing the October incident, I'll get the date, sorry. The November 18th, 2016 incident involving Kathy Beatty. They gave you the review that encompassed that?
I think it encompassed that, yes. I don't have the document in front of me now to look at.
So now, did you actually get any of the JCAL reports on Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
By JCAL, are you referring to the Joint Commission?
The Joint Commission reports, yes.
I did not see their full report, no.
You saw excerpts of the report.
I saw comments in material I received referencing Joint Commission, yes.
So you offered an opinion to the jury without actually reading the entire reports, right?
I gave an opinion based on what the findings of that report seemed to be, yes.
What that report seemed to be was selected by the defense lawyers, was it not?
That was where the information came from.
You yourself never went out and actually researched to figure out for yourself what was relevant, what was not, as to any of this material, did you?
The information that I saw was provided by the attorney, but it had comments. It was medical record information and other types of information, depositions and the like. That's the material that I received.
So you more or less are serving here as a mouthpiece for what they consider important, right?
No, sir.
So where the independent analysis come in here, if they selected the things? I'm sorry, I apologize. Continue, sir. My apologies.
What I made comment about are progress notes and information that is documented within the records of all children's. And I've made comments about how transfer agreements were made. I made comments about interdisciplinary meetings that have occurred. I've made comments about perceptions of organizational structure and how quality of care is being rendered. And those are judgments that I have made based on my serving as a chief operating officer, looking at documented progress notes of patient care that was rendered to Mike.
Okay. Now, in what you reviewed, I'm going to ask you some facts here that have been put before this jury, and I want to know in the materials you were provided, there's two questions here. First question is, were you provided them? And second, did you review to see whether this information ever made it up to senior management? Okay? First, so I understand the parameters. All right. First one is Kathy Beatty taking my client to a room, undressing her down to her sports bra and short shorts, and taking photographs of her without her parents' permission.
Objection to mischaracterization of the evidence.
Overruled, you can answer.
First, were you provided that?
That information was detailed or was told in documents that I received, yes.
All right. As to that one. And then, second question. Well, maybe there's three. Would you agree that that's a type of situation that should be reported high enough up in an organization so somebody can review it and decide whether action needs to be taken?
The situation you are describing was the patient being taken to have in pursuit of further information about a diagnosis. And that diagnosis was to be, that was being examined was was there potential abuse going on to that patient? Pursuant to the hospital's policies and procedures, that was what was conducted by the team that took the photographs. But there was also no indication in the medical records or the progress notes that there was a parental complaint about that raised.
How are the parents supposed to complain if they don't know about it?
The policy that is
It's all right. Just tell me now, would you agree that that's the type of information that should go far enough up the chain so that someone can decide whether this was action that needed to be corrected?
the activity that was being done was in process of the care that was needed. It was not an abnormal event that was occurring or asking to be occurred.
Sir, I just want to know, is this an event that should be carried up high enough or not? Yes or no?
It was carried to the risk management department and it was reported.
Okay. And in your view of this risk management, Strike it, have you ever seen the flow chart there, the organizational chart of this hospital?
Yes.
And you recognize that risk management reports directly to the general counsel?
That's where it is on the chart.
And the general counsel reports to the CEO, directly to the CEO?
Correct.
Who was the CEO back then?
Jonathan Ellen.
All right. So he would have a direct conduit of information from risk management. True?
Yes.
Do you agree with the push-pull method that it's the duty of executives to not only just receive information from those that they're working with, but pull information from time to time to be fully informed?
I believe that meetings and communication should occur.
All right. So a good executive should be pulling information out as well as just passively receiving information. True?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, as they receive the information doesn't necessarily mean they're going to intervene in the situation. If the situation was being conducted appropriate to the level of care required and appropriate to the policies and procedures of the hospital.
Okay. Conducting unauthorized surveillance in a room where my client could not escape for 48 hours without her knowledge or her parents' knowledge. First, is that the type of event that should be reported up the line if in fact there was no authorization?
Objection, mischaracterization, Chapter 39, issues and writs.
Both be objection.
Attorney Mr. Anderson, why don't you ask your question?
Is this the type of event, unauthorized, that should be reported up the chain? Excuse me, if unauthorized, it should be reported up the chain.
This situation that you're describing, though, was a case that was being conducted in pursuit of a further diagnosis. In that situation, it was a action that was being pursued according to hospital policy. So it was an approved action.
I take it that that's a no. It shouldn't be reported up the line, according to you. I mean, really, it was a yes or no. Should it be reported up or should it not? Yes or no, sir? Should it be reported up the line or should it not be reported up the line?
I don't know whether it was reported up the line or not. What I'm trying to do is make a distinction that if it was in following a patient care diagnosis strategy and following the hospital policy, then it is an action that could have been taken. Was it reported up the line? Could have been.
Okay. In fact, in this case, it was reported up the line, was it not? The risk management?
I believe it was through a existing shelter order.
Okay. Now, what about a social worker putting my client on her lap and kissing her without the parent's knowledge or authorization?
Objection.
If that becomes known, should that be something that's reported up the line?
Objection, mischaracterization.
Overall, you can answer that.
Would you repeat it, please?
Sure. Putting my client, a social worker, putting my client on her lap and kissing her, is that the type of thing, if discovered, should be reported up the line?
I'm not aware that that specific event actually occurred as you described it.
We have our jury here to decide that, but go ahead.
I answered it. I'm not sure that that event occurred as you described it.
Okay, let's just assume for the purposes of this question, since you're up here as an expert, that that happened. Is that the kind of thing that should be reported up the line?
If that was raised as a complaint by the family, yes. I do not believe that was raised as a complaint by the family.
Again, sir, how are the Kowalskis to know this is happening to their daughter if no one tells them?
Again, sir, the information you're bringing forth is not one that I've seen documented that actually occurred.
Okay, let's look at then the did you in your review note that Dr. Katzenstein was notified of concerns of Miss Beatty about her behavior?
I did not see any of that in the record in my review.
That was not provided to you?
I did not see it in a review that I did.
Did you receive the All Children's Hospital? Did you see the All Children's Hospital corrective action notice on Miss Beatty?
No.
Okay.
In the record, I saw that it was referenced as an oral warning to her, and I did not see any written notice of that in the record.
Okay. Well, then let's bring up trial exhibit 2278-036. I'm aware of the time, Your Honor. And let the record reflect that this is the counseling date of November 18th, 2016, All Children's Health Notice Corrective Action. Have you ever seen this document?
Sir, I do not recall having seen this document.
Would it matter to you, sir, in your evaluation, if you look down under previous counseling corrective action, that Ms. Beatty here had been counseled 2 previous occasions on her professional behavior? Would that have affected your opinion?
Can I ask the witness that you showed both pages of the document and not just excerpts?
Sure. If you need to see the second page, I'm getting to it, but...
Pulling out excerpts and asking if he's seen them, looking to see the documents.
Mr. Anderson can conduct it the way he wishes to at this time. If the witness wants to see both pages, then
Absolutely, Your Honor.
we can do that.
And I'll get to it. But for right now, would it affect your opinion that on 2 prior occasions, Kathy Beatty had been counseled regarding professional behavior issues?
That reflects that she has been counseled. I don't know what the outcome of the counseling was. I don't know what it was for. The fact that someone brings something to her attention in a corrective way is the proper process. In the human resource records that I saw, I did not see reference to this activity.
Let's go up to the specific misconduct.
Mr. Anderson, I've got to be in a meeting in 6 minutes. So
I
just
shall
let
be-
you know.
I shall be done in 2 minutes.
Okay,
Will that give you enough?
go for it.
All right, just a couple questions. Let's go up real quick under specific statement of specific misconduct. Do you see that there?
Yes.
And you see that the problem complaint of the specific conduct was Miss Beatty saying, "Do you want to take this outside?" You see that?
Yes.
Would that indicate to you that Miss Beatty here, at least from what you're reading, is challenging a fellow worker to a fight?
It's a statement that she was aggressive.
Well, usually when people say, "You want to take this outside," it means they're challenging him to a fight, is it not?
And I think this is what is being referred to as when she was issued an oral warning for that activity.
Final question, sir. Is this the kind of person that should really be put on as the primary contact and controller of a 10-year-old little girl in Maya Kowalski's situation?
Objection argument.
Hold on, you can answer it.
Based on Ms. Beatty's record, based on the evaluations that she had seen, based on the information that she was provided by her supervisors, she was assigned to this patient, and I don't see anything that would have prohibited that being done.
One minute, 30 seconds.
Okay, members of the jury, this is one of those days that I actually have a meeting that I have to appear at. So we're going to take lunch. I'm going to ask that they be back at 1:30, ready to go. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
Rise, draw everything.
the jury's out of our presence. If witness Mr. Anderson is back at 1:15, is that appropriate? Okay. Now, witness Mr. Anderson, you're in the middle of your testimony. There's still questions to be had. You cannot have any discussion with anybody about your testimony, including the lawyers. And I think it's probably best that you just avoid both sets of lawyers. You go and have your own lunch and come back and not participate or be around any of the lawyers. Let's do it that way. We'll be back at 1:15. Okay, we're in recess until 1:15.
Just briefly, Judge.
Sure.
We would like to request the standard jury instruction 601.2 be given, which it is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited because the witness talked with the lawyer about his or her testimony.
I assume you mean for me to do it right this second as opposed to,
Yes.
or in addition to
Yes.
the end.
Yes, that's the request, given the implications raised by Mr. Anderson.
I think I can just do it at the end. I don't think it's appropriate to do it at this moment.
Okay. All right, then, do you want to do exhibits, Judge?
I am.
Oh, great. Do you mind if I sit?
That's fine.
Okay. So we would like to look at 3227, 144. This is an Instagram photo taken on February 9th, 2016, and posted by Maya.
3227, what number?
144, 0144.
Can you pull up, please?
Yeah, February 9th, 2016.
Objection, relevance. I think we faced a number of cumulative objections for trying to introduce photos of Maya Kowalski, so I'm not sure what this adds to the case.
Well, if I need to respond, I can, Judge.
Sure.
It adds several things. One, it is 3 days before she is in Dr. Barr's office saying that she has pain that is like fire throughout her entire body. Secondly, it shows that her ears are pierced, which goes to several people testifying that piercings would cause pain with RSD. And it shows no lesions on the skin. And I don't think we've put in many photographs at all yet.
It does nothing to establish if she had her ears pierced recently or this exists. I think it's since she was 4 or 5 years old, so I'm not sure what that adds.
And I don't think touching her ear or earring is particularly painful.
The court will receive into evidence 3227-0144. But let me ask you this. All of this metadata at the bottom.
We can delete that. I want the date on it, but we can delete the metadata if you want.
I mean, does the plaintiff's care? I just want to.
Right. We did delete some of it, but I'm happy to delete all of that, Judge, as long as the date remains.
We don't have any objection to the metadata.
Okay. The next one would be 3227-0135. The significance of this photo, Judge, is that this is the day after she's in Dr. Barr's office saying that her pain is like fire throughout her body. I think the jury should be able to see the photograph the next day, which would indicate no, plus there are no lesions visible on her skin.
Objection is absolutely not the purpose. They are going to attempt to make the jury believe, I don't know what about Maya in that pose, but we assert 403 on that. Any probative value is far outweighed by the prejudice of attempting to show this young girl as anything other than a young girl.
Judge, this isn't like surveillance. This is a photograph she took of herself and posted on Instagram. It's the day after she was in a doctor's office telling them she has pain throughout her entire body like fire.
The court will receive into evidence 3227-0135.
Thank you. 3227-0485. This is taken on April 23rd, 2016. Shows her wearing a metal bracelet around her wrist and her hand and no lesions.
Don't we all, cumulative, Your Honor, don't we already have not only testimony but other photographs?
Okay, I'll let this one in, but Ms. Crows, we're getting to the point where,
That's fine, Judge.
I mean, we almost have a family photo album of probably about 40
Well, I
or
did-
50 pictures by now.
I did try to pick different dates, Judge. I do have one more along those lines, though, that I'd like the court to look at.
Sure.
That is 3227-0441. The significance of this photo is that this is July 16 when she's in a wheelchair. You can see that she is sitting on the edge of a table of some sort, raising her left leg. And this is when she is in a wheelchair.
Objection, this is again cumulative to about 7 or 8 other photos and indicates what? That she can sit in more than a wheelchair? What is it probative of other than just some kind of prejudice about the, I don't understand.
This is when she's in, isn't this when she goes to the hospital? This is during Dr. Hana's treatment. She's in a wheelchair, supposedly. She can't move her legs. This is a photo taken on July 16th, 16. She's sitting with her own body without any support on a hard surface, not in a wheelchair.
Don't we have video of her playing around in the pool and demonstrating her upper body strength based on the ketamine infusions, based on where she was with her therapies?
I'm going to let in 3227-0441.
Thank you, Judge.
And cumulative, by the way.
Let's do this one. The number 3089. I think are you able to play that?
Cumulative to other ones and does not demonstrate anything other than what is already in the records. Yes, she can play the piano.
Well, the other piano one was not during the admission of the hospital. I don't remember the date, but I know it wasn't during the hospital because it was at home.
Yes.
I'm going to admit, what number is this?
3089.
3089, the court speaks.
32320819.
32. Let's go ahead and put it up, whatever it is.
It's a blog by Bialkowski, dated 8/10/2015. We were going to redact the comments above and below, Judge. I hope that isn't done, but so it would start at user Beata Kowalski, and then the text, and then the date at the bottom.
Didn't I just let in yesterday a whole series of emails from Beata Kowalski over any number of dates?
Those were all of, I've thought about all about the coma. This is
Well, no,
August 10th.
I mean, there were a lot of them because they went not only during the November of 2015, but they went all the way almost
Okay, well, I'll
in
withdraw.
2016.
Let me take a step back from that, Judge, and look at what was admitted before we go to this.
Because, I mean, there's a cumulative issue.
Yeah.
I let in a whole bunch of them.
All right, let me see if I can find that, Judge. Okay.
Well, if you're gonna cry, I'm not gonna.
I think he's talking to Mr. Whitney.
I'm sorry?
He is.
Yes, we're talking about,
Sorry.
very mad at me, I didn't ask questions he wanted to.
Okay.
It's just, if you all want to talk to each other, you really need to push the silence button. And
I understand.
I mean, we all hear when you know,
The jury.
yeah, including like doing this with your fingernails like I just did and all sorts of other. Moving the microphone like that doesn't really do it. You need to hit the mute button. And hold on to it when you want to have that discussion. I see the TV gentlemen would be very happy if you did that. He's shaking his head yes.
Yes, sir.
What's next, Mr. Cross?
Judge, we would like to revisit 31389. That was the Tribeca Film Festival, and I'd like to clarify with the court that the photo you left in as Devin was from 2022. We removed all references to Tribeca, so it is simply the 2023 photo we have. The previous one of her with her boyfriend is from 2022, where it looks like she's going to the prom or something. If you can see, we've removed all references to the Tribeca Film Festival. That was the prejudice that was claimed. It is a 2023 photograph of her with her boyfriend.
I maintain my ruling on 3138-009.
I'm sorry?
No, I'm not reconsidering. Not in.
Yeah, Judge, I think that's our only 2023 photo. Right?
Obviously, in 2023, the jury has seen Maya Kowalski here. I'm just saying.
I think the testimony of Maya Kowalski with respect to her life has been dramatically different than that photo. Although she acknowledged she had a boyfriend, she only goes over to his house, they don't do anything. I'm suggesting, Judge, that in fairness to the defense, we should be able to present other aspects of her life that have not been testified to in front of this jury.
Tribeca film photo is out.
Okay.
What's next? We're getting close to 1:30.
Okay. All right. Well, there's nothing else that needs to be confronted today.
Are we, anything else we need to talk about? Witness, Mr. Anderson, before we bring him in?
Judge, we would move to strike the opinions having to do with standard of care based on 90.704-703 on the fact that from the evidence, the witness conducted virtually no independent analysis of the evidence in order to render such opinion, and therefore both the foundation and the predicate of this were lacking, and thus there was no basis for those opinions rendered.
Well, I think the jury can make the determination based on the questions that have already been asked, and I'm sure will be asked.
Yes, sir.
Only other thing, Your Honor, is...
So we're back to tag teaming again?
No, I'm not arguing the issue.
Oh.
I'm bringing up witnesses for tomorrow. We only know Dr. Sally Smith.
Nurse Alicia Alcida. I'm
the
not sure I'm
nurse,
saying.
the nurse that assists with the photographs.
I'm not
Sally
sure I'm
Smith.
saying her last name
I know who
correctly.
you're talking about. And who else?
Those are the only two live witnesses, hence the need for depositions.
Understood. And we're done designating Dr. Hannah counter designating, so.
And so at some point, when do you think I will be able to receive the objections? And I might or might not. Did someone send the actual deposition over? I know I got something for Dr. Hannah in a few minutes.
I'm sure they weren't highlighted, Judge, with designations, if that matters. I don't know if you need it highlighted. We're just going to give you our objections.
I just need what I'm supposed to rule on and the
Okay.
deposition, hopefully the full-size deposition, and I'll take it from there.
Okay,
But I just need that information.
understood.
Yeah. Anything else about anything before we bring in the jury?
No, just procedurally, Mr. Anderson, are you done with your cross?
I am done with my cross.
I have just a couple minutes of redirect, and then we'll yield to jury questions.
Okay. Let's bring in the jury. Let's go get witness, Mr. Anderson. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? And no one approached you about this case. Is that correct? And you did not see any media coverage about this case. Is that correct? Mr. Shapiro, it's your turn, sir.
Mr. Anderson, just to clarify the sequence of events, last night you and I met. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. You gave me your opinions.
Correct.
And then I discussed with you what topics I'd like to cover in front of this jury. Is that right?
Correct.
I gave you an outline of the topics that I wanted to cover. Is that right?
Correct.
I didn't tell you what the answers needed to be, did I?
No.
Okay. The answers that you're giving to the jury today are your own.
Correct.
Objection, it's leading, not let it go a little bit.
Sustain on this issue.
Okay. The answers that you gave to the jury, where did they come from?
They were from my own experience and my own observations of the data that I read.
Okay. And I know that at this point in the trial, you're one of several experts that the jury has heard from. But in your experience serving as an expert, is there anything unusual about meeting with the attorney the night before?
No.
Okay. You were asked about a performance review of Miss Betty. May I approach the witness with the document?
Show it to Mr. Anderson.
Yes.
Attorney Mr. Anderson, I should say.
If I may approach.
Yes.
And take a moment to read both pages, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Anderson. Is this the two-page document, the full document that you had discussed with me earlier about you being aware of one verbal write-up?
Correct.
Okay, so I had provided that to you before testifying.
Correct.
Let me ask you this. In reviewing the document, does that show any impropriety with another patient, or was it employee to employee?
It was employee to employee.
You were asked about any notification from the family about Miss Betty's conduct. Do you remember that testimony? Mr. Anderson had asked you if the hospital ever received notification about the family complaining about something Miss Betty had done. Do you remember getting that question?
Not in the way you're...
Okay. There's no, in your review of the record, was there any notification from the family complaining about Miss Betty regarding any improper touching or stroking or anything of that nature? Okay.
No.
And finally, regarding just briefly on the Joint Commissions, the accreditation body for hospitals. In your experience as a hospital executive officer, is that a requirement for hospitals to participate in federal funding programs?
The Joint Commission is a volunteer activity. If they choose to go through it and are accredited, then they are enabled to bill for federal funding.
And from your review of the materials you have, either publicly available or otherwise, did it appear that all children's had participated in that program?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate your time.
Mr. Members of the jury. Have I got them all, or are there any more coming?
Looking at the number of questions, why don't you all step back? Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do the investigation and receive no information. All right, who is exiting? All rise. Jurors enter.
And Mr. Witness Anderson, or Witness Mr. Anderson, let me ask the jury my questions. I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, did no investigation and received no information. Is that correct? No media?
Correct.
No contact?
Correct.
Okay. And Witness Mr. Anderson was outside the presence when I went over these questions with the attorneys, so this will be the first time he's hearing them. Mr. Anderson, if the hospital had all of the proper protocols in place and periodic department reviews, would a patient or patient's parents' complaints about a specific employee be documented and reviewed by supervisors, especially if the complaints were multiple?
Yes. When the parents make a complaint, it would go through whoever they complained to. If they were complaining to a physician, go through that process with an employee the same. But it would be looked at and followed up through HR and with the employee if there was an official complaint.
Are only performances observed by other staff and peers of an employee documented for review? I think this question follows that last question.
When behavior is looked at as well as complaints or anything that might come to an attention, but a review that is conducted is really the observations of the supervisor, any external comments from other departments, and then the 360 review, where there is commentary from the peers of the employee.
Did you see a letter from Beata Kowalski about action of some of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital's employees in the care of Maya Kowalski? Do you want me to read it again?
Of patients other than Maya?
Let me read it again. Did you see a letter from Beata Kowalski about action of some of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital employees in the care of Maya Kowalski?
I do not recollect that, no.
Do you know the name of the supervisor that did the review of Miss Beatty, and does she still work at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
I believe the name of the supervisor who did the review is Chris Drisdall. I'm sorry. Get it out. I have no idea if the individual is still at the hospital or not.
Do you believe the 2-day surveillance was done with the right intent, given the statement made between Doctors Dees and Smith that, quote, a 10-year-old can't keep up the charade 24/7, end quote?
I would set aside to comment and answer that I think there was an exploration of a diagnosis that was still being explored, that of is there abuse so that there was justification for the order.
How many disciplinary meetings were there, and what were they about?
I don't understand that.
I'm assuming the context is Kathy
Kathy
Beatty.
Beatty?
Yes.
I think from the documentation that I see now is, I think there are two. It's what's referenced.
Did you say the pictures taken were to look for child abuse?
I think that was part of it. I think there is in John Hopkins, if there was an examination to look for abuse, then that was part of the reason for the photographs. But I also think that it's my understanding that if an individual is to make a court appearance or to leave the hospital, there are photographs taken at that time as well.
The photos were taken in January, which is 3 months after Maya was checked into the hospital. You're aware of that?
Not the specific date.
Why did you not review the Joint Commission reports?
The Joint Commission entirety of the report or reports is what I was making my comments about was that the hospital had been surveyed and had been accredited, and I wasn't referencing having seen the report. I was acknowledging that they had gone through the process of evaluation by the surveyors and that they had received accreditation for their performance and review.
This is a little bit lengthier question. I am a bit confused as to the reason for the photos you stated. By past witness testimony, I thought the reason for photos when Maya was in her skivvies was before court, and past testimony said another set was taken upon return from Maya's court appearance. In order to document any, quote, new, end quote, body marks while not in the hospital's direct care. In your testimony, you said the Maya disrobe for photos was for, quote, diagnostics, end quote. The, quote, provided documents, end quote, you were provided and reviewed something photos taken this date of Maya to be used for diagnosis or for comparison? Or do you recall what you read that made you testify the photos were, quote, for diagnostics, end quote?
What I was referencing that I had seen in the documentation was the request for photos by Dr. Smith and Dees. And that was to assist in the pursuit of the diagnosis of whether or not that was contributed to a diagnosis of child abuse. That was the referencing that I was making.
Mr. Shapiro, do you have further questions?
Not at this time.
Mr. Anderson. Attorney Mr. Anderson.
So you agree that senior hospital management were kept informed regarding Maya's care and treatment between December 2016 and January 2017, right?
Could you repeat that again, please?
You agree that senior hospital management knew about Maya Kowalski's care during her stay there?
I don't know specifically which senior leaders knew of her stay there. What I was saying in my testimony was that it's very common that there are multiple shelter orders in place, and that senior leadership would not necessarily intervene on those cases as long as the care of the patient was proceeding and was not rising to a level of crisis. Patient was stable. That was my reference in terms of indicating why or why not certain individuals might know of Maya's condition in the hospital.
So is your answer yes, you just can't tell us which senior official?
Well, Mr. Anderson, I can't tell you which senior officials knew. I don't know.
We're speaking the same language. I'm saying, are we in agreement that in your opinion, senior management knew, you just can't tell us which one of the senior management? Are we in agreement about that?
I believe that there were senior managers who did know, but I don't know who they were.
Thank you. You've never seen any indication of any review of Ms. Beatty's conduct outside of the corrective action I showed you, right?
Not from Ms. Beatty.
Right. So all of the actions I was talking to you about, in other words, the photography, the sitting on the lap, all those, you never saw anywhere in the records any corrective action as to Ms. Beatty, did you?
No, because I saw no official complaint lodged about any of those activities.
That's not my question. My question was, did you see in your review any indication that anyone at Johns Hopkins took any action regarding it?
No, I did not.
And as to the photos themselves, 48 hours as well, if they were going to be for diagnostic purposes, you would expect to see some medical analysis of them, would you not?
There should have been a review, yes.
And they should have appeared in the medical records, one would think.
That would be the logical place to see them.
Thank you.
Mr. Shapiro.
To be clear, Mr. Anderson, having reviewed the sworn testimony of Ms. Beatty that we did provide you, she denies the allegations against her, does she not?
Yes, she does.
And in terms of your review of what was provided to certain levels of leadership, is what I understand your testimony to be that there were members of risk management that were consulted about certain legal obligations?
That's correct.
Do you know whether those people in risk management were at senior leadership or executive levels versus lower level risk managers?
I do not.
Do you know, as you sit here today, what the level of executive leadership was that were consulted on those questions?
No, sir, not all of it. No.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Anderson?
Can we put up trial exhibit 2277-628A? 2277-628A.
Is it in evidence?
Yes. It's in evidence.
You may.
While we're waiting, do you know who Jackie Crane is?
I've seen the name on the organizational chart of John Hopkins and knew she was the senior counsel.
Does this exhibit show a copy to Jackie Crane?
Yes, it does.
And at the bottom there, next bottom after a lot of the whiteout, does it advise a doctor to get pictures of the scratches?
Yes, it does.
And when you explained before on that flow chart, that organizational chart, Jackie Crane is directly linked to the president, correct?
She has a reporting relationship to the president.
Nothing further.
No further redirect. Thank you.
And members of the jury, do any of you have, it looks like we have further questions. Let's see if we can do that just up here without having to send everybody to a different location. Okay, Doctor, this is actually my question, not the jury's question, but in your testimony a few moments ago, did you say exploration of a diagnosis or expiration of a diagnosis?
Exploration.
Exploration, okay. At this point, I'm not going to ask that question. Next question. Do you think Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital needs to change their policies for patient and safety care?
From the records that I saw, from the chart that I saw and the way that they have organized the hospital, their framework for managing safety issues, patient care issues is there. From what I saw in the record, there is internal communication going on daily on a real-time basis relative to patients' care. So I believe that Johns Hopkins does have appropriate models for the safety of their patients.
Mr. Shapiro, anything follow up?
No, thank you.
Mr. Anderson, anything further?
Have you seen the testimony of Drs. Perno and Napolitano about the lack of such day-to-day review?
Objection, mischaracterization.
Overruled. You can answer.
There are structures that exist that departmentally safety items are involved. What they were referencing was their particular involvement in some of those activities. But there are, through the different medical staff committees and through the department structures, there are avenues for quality care to be done and to be monitored.
I just asked you whether or not you were aware that both of them testified about that.
Same objection, mischaracterization.
They both testified about that to my knowledge.
Nothing for you.
Nothing further.
Okay. Mr. Witness Anderson, you're free to go today, although you're still under subpoena and we may need to call you back. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Defense, who's next?
Defense calls William Cecil, Doctor of Physical Therapy.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. That right this one.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
A little tired, but other than that, I'm okay. Thanks for asking. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yeah, my name is Dr. William Cecil. I'm a doctor of physical therapy.
Can you give the jury the benefit of your education and training, the type of certificates and colleges and things of that nature that allowed you to become a doctor of physical therapy?
Sure. I did my undergraduate degree at the University of Florida, graduated in 2007, and then I then went to physical therapy school at Nova Southeastern University, where I studied for 4 years, including clinical internships in various settings, and graduated with my doctorate of physical therapy, and then sat for the Florida licensure exam.
Could you please explain for the jury what it is that a pediatric doctor of physical therapy such as yourself does on a day-in, day-out basis, recognizing that many of our jurors probably aren't doctors of physical therapy?
Sure. So I work in an inpatient setting, which means I'm in the hospital working with children with various illnesses. On a daily basis, I can help a child with cancer, and then a kiddo after a heart surgery or after a trauma, car accident. And my goal with each one of these patients is to help them recover whatever function they've lost, help them to identify what those weaknesses are, those abilities that they've lost based on their situation, and help recover that back to their normal baseline function.
Mr. Cecil, why is it that you chose to go into pediatric physical therapy as your calling?
I've always loved working with kids and families. Before I even thought of doing physical therapy, I worked for the YMCA doing before and after care programs, working summer camps, worked for that organization for several years. I just love that dynamic of helping kids and then also working with kids and families to make that child's life better. So I took that experience and kind of parlayed that into my career, going into physical therapy, where you're not only helping kids, you're not helping kids academically, but you're helping them physically recover from a tough situation, whatever that may be.
Could you please give a brief explanation of your past employment history, places you've worked, things of that nature?
Sure. So I worked for the YMCA, as I said. After physical therapy school, I worked at a small outpatient clinic with adults for about 6 months. And then I was hired at Johns Hopkins All Children's. I had a clinical internship there prior, and I've been employed there ever since.
And approximately when did you start at All Children's Hospital?
I started at Johns Hopkins in 2015, and I've had continuous employment with them since.
And what is your current position?
I'm an acute care physical therapist.
And what was your position or title at the time that you came to care for Maya Kowalski back in October through December of 2016 and into January of 2017?
It's the same as it is now, acute care physical therapy, doing the same job, same general populations.
Could you give the jury a brief description of your work experience within your career with complex regional pain syndrome and other amplified pain disorders?
Sure. Over my career, most of that at Johns Hopkins, I've had significant experience with CRPS patients in chronic pain. I'm one of the primary therapists in our CRPS program, who's worked with dozens of CRPS and chronic pain patients over that period. Doing various, during different programs, even when I worked outpatient for a short period of time, saw patients in that setting also. So since I started Johns Hopkins, I've had the privilege to work with many patients with CRPS.
Now, my understanding is Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital currently has a CRPS chronic pain clinic. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And about when did that program launch? Approximately.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly on when it started, but on the inpatient side, so we use our outpatient clinic and our inpatient facility as part of that program. I work on the inpatient side, so I'm not sure on the outpatient side when that exactly started.
And at the time you cared for Maya Kowalski, did Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital have a CRPS clinic at that time?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you notice any difference with the way that you treated Maya Kowalski back in 2016 with the modalities that you currently employ with the CRPS clinic at Johns Hopkins?
Sure. So reviewing the notes from Maya, everything I did with her back in 2016 are the same types of treatments that we use now. Any patient who has CRPS, the goal of the physical therapist is to assess the deficits, find what's hard for them to do, and then come up with a treatment plan to improve those deficits. And the strategies we use then are the same exact strategies we use now. Nothing has changed.
Now, the jury's heard some testimony that complex regional pain syndrome is a regional syndrome. What does that mean to you as a doctor of physical therapy?
Objection, fiasco, improper foundation, predicate as to medical diagnosis.
Overruled. You can answer.
So regional for me would indicate kind of one area of the body, one location, whether it's a leg or an arm, not a global full body syndrome or experience.
Now, I'd like to take you back in time to October, November, December of 2016 and into January of 2017 and your care with Maya Kowalski. Do you have any recollection as you sit here today of your treatment of Maya Kowalski?
Yes, I remember Maya well. She, was easy to get along with. She was very pleasant whenever I worked with her. Some things that come to mind is like there's very distinct inconsistencies with how she participated and presented during her therapy sessions. Oftentimes she would refuse to do certain things that she did days before or in previous sessions. And we had a hard time, I had a hard time educating her. She was very resistant to any education I tried to provide to her on what we're doing, why we're doing it, trying to explain the importance of physical therapy.
Now, the jury's going to have an opportunity to look at some of your notes today, and all of your notes will be in evidence as well. I see here that you personally provided 21 sessions of physical therapy over approximately 20 hours. Does that comport with your review of the records?
That sounds correct.
Yeah. And I believe there was somebody else in the PT department that also handled some of Maya Kowalski's consults as well?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall who that individual was?
Her name is Elizabeth Harper.
But fair to say you handled the majority of the PT sessions during Maya Kowalski's hospitalization at L Children's?
I believe that's correct.
Why don't you tell the jury a little bit about your relationship that you had with Maya Kowalski over the course of those 21 sessions?
Sure. Like I said, it was very, very pleasant. We would, I would enter her room and talk to her, kind of see how she was doing that day. We would talk about what the plan is for that day. I would give some goals, things that I would like to see her do. Oftentimes she would kind of push back on that, and there's things that she refused to do frequently. But we worked together as a team trying to achieve some goals that I had said and we had discussed together to improve her function. Never pushing her to do things that she was ever uncomfortable with or things that she never agreed to. But coming up with that plan together, which is really an important role for the physical therapist, right? We need our patients to buy in and build rapport with us so that we can make improvement over whether it's a short period of time or a long period of time.
Now, when you started out with Maya Kowalski in October of 2016, did you formulate a kind of a game plan moving forward for the course of your physical therapy treatments with her?
Yeah, so initially, I wasn't the one who performed her initial evaluation, but reviewed those notes, kind of saw what she was able to do at that point. And in your mind as a physical therapist, you're always assessing. You're always trying to find those weaknesses, find where we're improving and where we can make steps forward. So that with an eventual goal of being able to get back to normal life, whether that's walking or running or participating in activities. So you come up with a game plan, maybe initially, but every single time you see that patient, you're reassessing, you're re-examining that patient and seeing where they are that day compared to the previous days.
And so if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, you're literally assessing on a session-by-session basis and tailoring your treatments based on what you're observing in real time?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
It's not a cookie-cutter approach?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
How would you characterize Maya Kowalski's trajectory and improvement over the course of the 21 sessions that you provided?
Sure. So if you look at her initial evaluation and the documentation and then the final PT note, there are some areas of significant improvement. There are really three areas that we worked on every single time. One was her sitting balance. When she was first evaluated, the documentation shows that she required min to mod assist, which means she required 50% effort from the therapist, and she provided 50% of the effort just to maintain sitting. Not doing any activities, not reaching for the remote or anything like that. 50% help just to sit for 2 minutes. By the end, when she left the hospital, she was able to sit in her wheelchair completely independently, no back support, no arm support, and participate in activities, whether it was a game, whether it was piano, whether it was grabbing things from the floor. She was able to do all those things by herself. So that was one area that was improved. Another area that improved was her posture, especially her sitting posture. On her evaluation, she was in this slumped posture, unable to hold herself up, and complaining of back pain whenever she straightened up. Throughout the admission, she consistently had an upright posture, able to hold herself up with a straight spine, and no consistent complaints of back pain during that time. The third area was her activity tolerance. So again, on that evaluation, all she was able to do was sit on the side of the bed with 50% support for 2 minutes. That's all she was able to do. Throughout the entire admission, including at the very end, she was participating in physical therapy activities for 45, 60, sometimes 75 minutes with minimal complaints during our session. So all three of those were significantly improved from what her evaluation on that very first day we saw her was.
We're going to talk about this when we talk about some of your notes with the jury, as well as watch a video. But one of the things I think I heard you talk about was this concept of dynamic sitting balance that you saw improve over time. Can you tell the jury what the concept of dynamic sitting balance is to you as a PT?
Sure. So when talking about sitting balance from a physical therapy perspective, there are two things we need to consider. We break it into two parts: static sitting balance and dynamic sitting balance. So static sitting balance would be just sitting, not doing anything. How well can you maintain your balance sitting with no supports, not doing anything? Dynamic would be adding in any external stimulus. So playing a game, reaching, swaying our body back and forth, reaching to the ground, even providing external stimulus, so like throwing a ball back and forth. That impact of the ball coming to you requires you to use your core to maintain your sitting balance, or else you're just going to fall over. So that's the difference between, we have this static balance and we have this dynamic balance.
Now, early in your testimony, you mentioned that there were sometimes some inconsistencies with some of the things that Maya would report she could or couldn't do. What did you mean by that?
Sure. Oftentimes I'd ask her to do something such as help me sit her up in bed, or let's sit and put our feet on the ground and reach to play a game. She would often say, I can't do that, or push back and resist, or say it'll be too painful. But then moments later, whether we're in conversation or we're playing a game or she's being distracted some other way, you would notice her feet on the ground. She'd be sitting up straight by herself, not leaning over a wheelchair, having zero difficulty doing any of that sitting balance task.
I'd like to draw your attention to what's been entered into evidence as Joint Exhibit 1001, 1905 through 1906. And while we're waiting to get that up for you and for the jury, I'll represent to you that this is a physical therapy progress note from November 30, 2016. Fair to say you've had an opportunity to review this document fairly recently?
Yes, sir.
Do you see here on the first page, the 1905 page, where we'll highlight there just for the jury that it says November 30, 2016? Oh, I guess they'll take my word for it. What I'd like to do is highlight the section here on 1906 that under general objective. Do you see where we're going to highlight here for you where it says patient? Patient refuses to participate in any therapeutic activities in the rehab gym this date. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Take a moment to read the highlighted passage for me. I'm going to have some follow-up questions for you, okay? You can continue the highlighting for another couple sentences, please. All the way through to unable to repeat. So, Mr. Cecil, I wanted to ask you about this. Is this an example of the type of sitting balance inconsistency you were talking about earlier in your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Objection, meeting.
Can you please describe for the jury what it is that we've got highlighted here and how it ties into your treatment of Mike Kowalski as well as your observation of inconsistencies?
Sure. So she refused to participate in things at the gym. That was our, the gym, the physical therapy gym, the inpatient rehab gym is the place we take most of our patients who are able to leave their room that we have functional goals for. So in the gym, we have items like practice stairs, we have play mats, we have parallel bars that help retrain people to walk. We have other specialty equipment. So that's why we typically go there, because it has all of our things that we like to use to help improve our function. This day, she happened to refuse. We had a conversation that the benefits of going to the gym, but she refused. So instead, we went down to the first floor where there's a piano. And while down there, she was able to play the piano without difficulty. So that involved sitting up straight, leaning forward, reaching forward, playing the piano without any loss of balance. No difficulty, no signs of distress, facial grimace, or anything like that. During that time, as it says here, I noticed that it says bilateral lower extremities of both of her legs were in near full extension with controlled movement. What that means, that's kind of fancy medical terms for, she was kicking her legs all the way straight, or near all the way straight, which is something that she had said consistently she couldn't do. So this was something to take note of, because it's something that we rarely, if ever, saw happen. So she was kicking her legs nearly all the way straight in a controlled motion. It wasn't just kind of flopping all over the place, which would indicate, poor muscle tone or poor strength. But it was a controlled motion, kind of all the way into extension or near extension, and then back down. The next sentence, as it says, when I brought attention to this, because I wanted her to know, hey, look, you're doing this. Your legs are moving. Like, we can parlay this. We can use this to progress into more strengthening for your legs, into some more movement that's going to make you more independent at home. When I did that, she immediately was unable to repeat. She stopped moving her legs altogether, and we didn't see that again on this day.
And why is this significant to you as a doctor of physical therapy, what you're describing here for the jury?
Yeah, this is significant because she consistently, this was November 30th. This is already a month or more into seeing her. She had consistently every single day said she can't do things like this. And during our sessions, we try to get her to participate in activities that are going to strengthen her legs in order to become more functional, which was refused most of the time. So being able to see her do this with no visible signs of pain was significant.
I'd like to now pull up a video for you. It's been marked in evidence as 3089, please. And why don't we watch that together, and I'll have a few follow-up questions for you, okay? And I'll represent to you this is a video from the lobby at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. So, Mr. Cecil, I'd like to ask you, just as a doctor of physical therapy watching that video, what stands out to you as significant that might help this jury?
Yeah, there were several things. So the first thing that you look at, if you look at her posture, she's sitting up straight. She's scooted forward in her wheelchair off of the back support. So she's not using the back support to help her stay upright. Also, her arms are not on the armrests. She's forward on the keys. So she's using her core and back muscles to maintain that posture. That's the number one first thing. Secondly, at the very end, you kind of see her move to the side. She's moving the wheelchair. No one's pushing it. She's moving it to the side, kind of using her hands. And if you look closely, she actually moved her legs to help move her wheelchair to the right. Her toes and the balls of her feet, kind of the knuckles of her feet, are on the ground the entire time. And she's smiling at a point. She has a smile. So it's significant that her feet are on the ground, her legs moved, she's smiling, which is things that she verbally said that she was unable to do. And when asked to do things similar to this, completely refused and said it was too painful to perform those activities.
Now, the jury's heard a little bit throughout this case about the concept of distractibility. Do you know what that is?
Yes, sir.
Could you please explain what that is for the jury, please?
Yeah, so distractibility is a technique that all therapists use, especially with patients who are in pain. We try to make conversation or use games or crafts or other things to distract the patient from their pain in order for them to participate better in our therapy session. We're not ignoring their pain. We are using external items or games or things to shift their focus to something else.
Did you ever utilize any distractibility technique with Maya Kowalski? And if so, can you please tell the jury a little bit about your observations in that regard?
Yeah, every single session. Distraction was basically the only non-pharmacological, so no medication pain technique that we could use that was effective in helping her to participate better in therapy. So frequently we would engage in conversation, talking about music or what do you like to do or things like this. Or throughout my documentation, you see we're playing games, whether it's laying flat on her stomach on a play mat with her propped on her elbows, playing a game, or sitting in a chair with a game in front of her, working on her posture, providing that external influence or focus to take her focus off of her pain and go towards participating more and more.
I'd like to draw your attention now to what's been entered into evidence as Joint Exhibit 1001-1900. And I'll represent to you that this is a physical therapy note from All Children's Hospital on December 3rd of 2020. Have you had an opportunity to review this note before today?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to draw your attention to the section here that says patients aren't visiting at gym at time of therapy session and remain present throughout session. Do you see that section of the note?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall anything about interacting with members of Maya Kowalski's family that came to visit at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
The only thing I remember is the aunt was present during this session. And then I think there was once or twice where our session was finishing, and I believe her father was in the room kind of waiting for her to return back. So I would drop her off back to the room, and her father was in the room at that time. That's the only time I remember seeing any family.
And I'll draw your attention to some highlighted portions here under assessment and goals. And while that's getting pulled up, can you explain to the jury what stands out in your mind during this visit from December 3rd of 2020?
Sure. May I take a moment to reread it?
Yeah, sure. They're going to pull it up for you. There you go.
Yeah, so the big thing that stands out here is that with her aunt present during this session, her presentation was very different than previous sessions. In previous sessions, using our distraction techniques and kind of focusing on function, she was able to participate fully. She didn't have any issues with her balance or needing to lean side to side. Here, with family present, you can see she was leaning. So if we put her next to the parallel bars, which are these straight bars that help us teach people how to walk, she was leaning over across them the entire time. stating that she couldn't sit upright, she couldn't do certain things. But once we pulled out a game, so she was, I don't know if it was a card game or something, but it says she was doing in-hand manipulation, playing a game. So she had pieces inside her hand playing a game. She was able to sit upright. She was able to participate without leaning on those bars. And then I believe it says after that game was over, she again started leaning on the bars again with no change of status, with no nothing in the session changed to require an increased level of support.
At any point, did you ever tell Maya that her pain was not real?
No, sir.
Would you ever do that with a pediatric patient?
I wouldn't say that with any patient. Whenever a patient tells me they have pain, I take that at face value, and we grade our exercises. We either grade up or grade down our exercises based on patient report and what they're able to tolerate.
Since we have limited time here, I'd like to get an idea of why it was that when Maya originally started out with physical therapy, she was doing sessions 6 times per week. And then as the hospitalization progressed, my understanding is she was cut back to 3 physical therapy sessions per week. Can you provide insight to the jury as to why that was?
Yeah, so we started 6 times a week because she had these large functional impairments when she first came, right? She wasn't walking. She wasn't propelling her wheelchair. She wasn't standing, all these things. And while that didn't change, the quality of her participation in therapy did change. She started participating less and less. If you look at the therapy notes from the beginning, she was willing to attempt standing. She agreed to try. And I believe she tried her best. And we would encourage her to keep working at it. That's how we're going to improve. But there came a time, I think only a few sessions in, where she completely refused standing. So there came a point later on, I think it was in December, that the amount of improvement we were going to make with how much she was participating, we were kind of at a plateau point. We were doing really well on our sitting balance. She was participating in 60 minutes to 75 minutes of therapy per session. But she wasn't willing and wasn't able to participate in standing, attempt walking, anything like that. So we cut her back to 3 days a week with the knowledge of if she showed more participation, if she was able to move her legs, if she was willing to do those things to attempt standing, we could immediately increase that frequency back up to 6 or 7 or whatever was appropriate.
Over the course of observing Maya Kowalski over the sessions that you did you ever notice Maya Kowalski's feet in the anatomically correct position or in an inverted dystonic presentation?
To my recollection, I never saw them in an inverted dystonic position. They were always in a kind of relaxed down, pointed down position.
Were there ever any times that Maya Kowalski would describe her history of using pain medications with you during a physical therapy session?
There were frequent times when I would try to educate her on physical therapy, like what we do, why we do it, why physical therapy is a part of the treatment plan for CRPS. She was always very resistant, and she would frequently say, this treatment isn't going to work. Physical therapy isn't the treatment I need. I only need ketamine. That's the only thing that's going to work for me. And that she would say that was said multiple times.
And how would you respond when those types of topics would come up, when Maya would insist that ketamine was the only way to get better?
I would just continue trying to educate her on the physical therapy role on CRPS and how what we do is going to help her get better with her participation.
Did you ever see Maya Kowalski's legs in a position known as crisscross applesauce, also used to be known as Indian style?
Yes, sir.
Why is that significant to you as somebody in your field?
I would see them in that position frequently when I would pick her up from her room. Sometimes she'd be in her bed sitting in that position. The question that always popped in my head is how did you get in that position? Because she wasn't moving her legs during her time with me, very minimal movement, except for a couple of times as we saw in the notes. So I would think, I don't think I ever brought it up to her because she'd be very defensive, but I always wondered how you got in that position. Did you use your arms to get your legs in that position? Did you move your legs to get in that position? Then also, how are you tolerating that position? Because most of the time she would complain about this severe allodynia, which is sensitivity, severe pain to touch. She'd complain of severe pain to any touch to her legs. And I would wonder, so I would think in my head, like, this is one of those inconsistencies, right? She was able to tolerate this crisscross position with her legs on top of each other. But any other touch from a provider, including me, would cause severe pain complaints.
Do you remember any types of clothing or jewelry that Maya Kowalski used to wear? And if so, how is that significant to your observations?
She wore a variety of different clothing. I remember wearing shorts, pants, leggings, various things during our session, and the same kind of thing. Like, and if I tried to help her do a leg kick together, assisted, she wouldn't tolerate it. But this material on her legs didn't seem to cause a problem. So just another inconsistency.
Now, despite these inconsistencies, though, you didn't give up on Maya, did you?
Never. I never give up on any of my patients.
Why don't you tell the jury a little bit about the continual efforts you made, including all the way through towards the end of physical therapy with Maya Kowalski?
Sure. My goal the first time I saw her was to help her get better. I wanted her to leave our hospital walking. I wanted her to leave there walking, be able to go back to school, walk around school, do the activities she wanted to do. That's what as physical therapists, that's what we all enjoy, right? We got into the profession because we like helping kids get better. We like seeing them go from an injury or an illness back to a sports field or back to participating in school or whatever their passion is. So that was my goal for her all the way through. So using the therapy techniques, the exercises, the activities to try to help her get stronger and more active. That was my goal all the way through.
Now, at the very end of your 21 sessions with Maya Kowalski, in fact, I think it's one of the last, if not the last line in your charting, you noted that Maya, quote, displays functional strength to complete tasks, but when asked to perform specific activities, she actively presents with impaired function. That's a little bit of a mouthful, so why don't you break that down for the jury and describe what you're explaining there as you kind of finished up and wrapped up with your sessions with Maya Kowalski.
Yeah. Do you happen to have it on the monitor so I can reference it? Or?
I actually don't, but...
Can you say it one more time for me?
Yeah, she displays functional strength to complete tasks, but when asked...
Why don't we just hand it to him? Let's not read things and let's not read it twice.
Can I approach?
Sure.
Apologize, Jerry.
Thank you. All right, so...
That's not my chart. I'll withdraw the question. Hold on a second. You all come up, please.
Mr. Hughes, did you have any other further questions? Let me figure out the timing here. Do you all want a break? I saw several people stand up, so. Or do you want to keep going? Keep going. There we go, Mr. Anderson, you may go.
Have you ever heard of the term confirmation bias?
Yes, sir.
What is confirmation bias?
My understanding, confirmation bias is using the information in front of you to come to a conclusion that you desire or you perceive to be the truth.
It's where you're told something also by somebody else about a person, a thing, an object, and it's the lens through which you then view that person, thing, or object. Would you agree with me then?
That could be a definition.
And so when Maya came to you, a couple things were true, weren't they? First, she was only a few weeks away from her ketamine infusions, right?
I have no information on that.
Okay. And the second thing was that well, let me go back. On confirmation bias, were you told that Maya Kowalski was a victim of either conversion or some other psychosomatic problem?
It's my recollection, when I first read through her chart, the diagnosis was CRPS, and I didn't have any other information other than that at the time.
Are you sure that your impressions weren't conversion disorder, deconditioning, and that through reading through her file there, you saw conversion disorder? I mean, not that you saw it physically, but you saw it in her file?
I don't recall seeing that in her file, but deconditioning can also be associated with CRPS.
All right. So at the start, she was just a few weeks away from ketamine treatment. You don't know about that. But she was also willing to do a lot of these activities, right?
At the beginning, she was willing to, agreeable to participate and attempt many things.
Right. But as time went on, she began to complain more and more that it hurt. Did she not?
No, sir.
Do your records not show that she's saying things like, I'm in too much pain today?
Her complaints were never more. They were always consistent all the way through.
Okay. Well, with all the stuff you've got as to her doing or not doing, you've got, of course, photos of this, right?
I have photos of
Maya Kowalski, like, doing all of these things, like being able to do it. I saw the video of her playing the piano, but do you have any photos of her being able to do things that she says she can't do?
No, sir, I don't have photos.
Do you have any videos of her doing things that she says she can't do?
I have my medical records that indicate things that I visualized and saw her do.
Okay. Well, we do. And before we get into that, did you get the same memo the last witness did?
I don't believe so.
Did you get an outline from the defense lawyers about what was going to be asked of you?
From the defense, yes.
Mm-hmm. When did you get that?
Yesterday.
And in there, they told you about some things to look for, right?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, they told you, I'm going to ask you about this, or you're going to be asked about that. True?
Yes, that's true.
And in there, or I don't know, maybe previously, they told you some things you could look through in your records and find, right?
No, sir. They gave me my records and asked me to look through them and be familiar with the things we did during that period.
Knowing the things they were going to ask you about, right?
I think it's prudent to have the information of what I'm going to be asked for.
Right.
Correct.
Well, this was towards a point, and you had been told from the start that you needed to look to see if there were signs of conversion disorder.
I was
right?
never asked to do that.
Okay, well, can we put up 1002-0188? And at the bottom there, above chronic pain, we highlight that. Let's see. Now you got to go. Yeah, there you go. Do you see that?
I do.
How'd that conversion disorder get in there if you didn't know anything about it?
There must have been a change in the medical record from the physicians to indicate that they were leaning towards that diagnosis. So that goes into my documentation as a physical therapist.
Well, it's your physical therapy report, is it not?
Yes.
Are you saying somebody broke into your physical therapy report and put conversion disorder in there?
No, I'm saying at some point that I don't recall, in the medical record, her diagnosis must have changed from the physicians to include that. And that way it goes in my order because I work based off a physician order.
Right. Well, Maya's big complaints were in her legs, correct?
She complained about the function of her pain or function of her legs, but it was pain. She complained of pain globally.
All right. But the big thing was you never got her out of the wheelchair, right?
We got out of the wheelchair quite a bit.
Not without considerable help.
With assistance.
Right. And we've got actually, I think, a video to demonstrate that. The 2703D. See, and I want you to then tell the jury whether this is just some assistance. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
She has your money. It should be helping a little bit. All the time you do water, just stand.
Is that you?
But you give it that.
Yes, sir, that's me.
Don't yell at us. You have to see it. I'm going to help you. But I want you to try to keep your feet flat on the ground. Hold it up. Just your feet flat. Put your feet down. Everyone do. Better than yesterday. I thought that was awesome. Better than yesterday. We should have a feet. That was awesome.
What were you commenting there about her feet?
I did not hear, sir.
Okay. So that was you there, and this was Maya getting up on her feet, right?
Yes, sir.
And would you call that a little bit of help or a lot of help?
She requires a significant amount of help in order to transfer from bed to chair or from any surfaces.
Do you know Rachel DeYoung at Agility Fitness?
No, sir.
Okay, hold on one second, Mr. Anderson. Do you need help there?
It's new. Just teachers.
Sorry,
All right, do we have it off now?
I tried to keep it in here, but it's off.
There you go.
Sorry.
Okay.
Totally no problem. Happened to me a full time. Okay, where were we? So Maya complains about her legs, and you were never able to get her to take any steps without considerable help. True?
Yes, sir, that's true.
And in fact, you had and documented confirmation of one of the reasons why, didn't you?
I need you to elaborate.
Sure. Well, Maya would exhibit from time to time spasms in her thighs, would she not?
I don't recall seeing spasms in her thighs. I don't think that's in my documentation anywhere.
Okay, can we pull up 1001-1911? Let's look at about the, I guess it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4 lines down in the center. Highlight, please. This would seem to indicate that she had quad spasms noted throughout the session, would it not?
This indicates that she only had quad spasms when I passively moved her legs, which means she wasn't helping. I lifted them up to work on that range of motion and put them back down.
Well, you just said you didn't document spasms. Will you agree with me now that you documented what are quads? Quads are in your legs, right?
Quads are the muscles in the top of your leg. Yes,
right.
Sir.
And
Do you want to just put it in the back room? I mean, it's not the 220 national alert. You can continue, Mr. Anderson.
So quad spasms are not something that someone, especially a 10-year-old girl, can create on their own. True?
I would say that's true.
You had objective signs there that in the biggest muscles in her legs, when you move them in certain manners, she had spasms, right?
In this instance, yes, that's true.
And throughout all of your therapy, this was the big thing with her. She did not think she could get up on her legs without, well, because of pain and or loss of, I guess, motive power or strength, right?
So spasms can be indicative of many things. Spasms can be a sign of weakness, which we know she had.
Well, I just ask you, sir, whether quad spasms are an involuntary action, right?
Yes.
Okay. And she complained of difficulty moving when she activated her quadratus muscles, right?
This is a passive movement, so she wasn't activating any of these muscles.
I understand that at this time, but that was her complaint, wasn't it? That when she was using these larger muscles in her legs, it was painful to her.
Yes, sir.
And here you take down that she has quad spasms in those muscles, right?
On this occasion, that's true, yes.
Why is it that, do you know who Rachel DeYoung is at Agility Fitness?
No,
okay,
sir.
do you know Marissa Higgins over at TGH?
No, sir.
Well, Rachel DeYoung at Agility saw her right after you and had a different view of this. Would you agree with me that towards the end, Maya was not doing well at all?
No, I would disagree with that.
Okay. Well, let's take a look again at 1002-0188. And at the bottom there, you note the impressions, I guess as she's leaving, the last one. And does it say chronic pain there?
I believe this is the same treatment diagnosis that she had the entire time she was at the hospital.
Abnormality of gait and mobility, right?
Yes.
Abnormal posture, right?
Yes.
Weakness, right?
Mm-hmm. As I mentioned with the prosecutor or with the defense, like many things improved. We did not get her walking, which was my goal. Right, I wanted her to walk out of the hospital. She still had physical therapy goals to achieve, but some things did improve.
Well, insofar as all the diagnoses when she came in, physical diagnoses, your analysis, it was the same. Chronic pain, abnormality of gait mobility, abnormal posture, weakness, correct?
The treatment diagnoses was the same, yes. And we were still addressing all of those in all of our sessions.
Now, she also gave you visual confirmation that she was in pain, did she not?
Sometimes.
She would wince?
Sometimes.
And she'd tell you she was in pain?
Also sometimes.
And she would try on many different types of therapies, right?
She tried what she was agreeable to. Frequently on pretty much every session, I would ask her to do things, and she would refuse. And I wouldn't push her past that point of what she refused to do.
Because she would say she was in pain, right?
That's one of the considerations.
And by the end here, she had been some 2.5 months away from the pain medication that helped her, right?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. Well, Maya tried as hard as she could, did she not?
I believe she tried as hard as she could, but she often refused and refused to accept any education on physical therapy treatment. And she wouldn't push herself past a point that she was comfortable with.
Do you think that's because she'd already been through all of this before at Tampa General Hospital?
I can't say what she was thinking.
Could it possibly be because this 10-year-old little girl had already been through all of these exercises and had people tell her, no, you can do it, when she knew she couldn't physically, at least without overpowering pain? Is that possible?
Objection. Also speculation.
Sustained. Let me show you video of Maya at TGH. If we have it there. I'll represent to you, this is at TGH, the summer of 2015.
Alrighty. There she goes. There she goes. There we go. Take them on the left.
You don't believe me? You can do that. Let's go.
There it is. That was great, Maya. Come on, love it. Yeah. Very good. Very good, Maya. Very.
Any up, Percy?
Getting up, Percy. Come on.
You don't believe me?
I do. Good. Woo! Good. That's it. Maya, that's awesome. Very good. Okay. You almost by mommy. Almost there. Let's get closer that way. Yeah. There we go. Here we go. Whew. You both are getting over it, aren't you?
Okay.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that that little girl's trying?
Yes, sir, I would.
Mm-hmm. What are those boots she has on?
Those are called AFOs, ankle foot orthoses.
Mm-hmm. And why are they put on?
Those are put on to help her foot stay in a flexed position in order to help prevent foot drag or trips and falls.
Well, the jury's seen multiple photographs of Maya Kowalski's feet in that position. Are you still contending that she did not have the dystonia in her feet through the entire time she was there?
So my experience with dystonia is them being in a down position. Just being in a down, relaxed position is not dystonia. That's what we call either foot drop or a muscle weakness in the muscle that's in the front of our leg. Dystonia is something very different, having to do with the muscle in the the neuro relationship, causing the foot to maintain in a fixed position.
So Marissa Higgins at TGH and those doctors there, they were not trying to treat dystonia with those boots.
Objection, having a witness comment on the opinion of others.
That's not a comment.
Sustained.
Well, why is it that every other therapist has testified saw Maya with dystonia both before and after her Johns Hopkins treatment, and you found there is none?
Same objection, also calls for speculation and lack of foundation.
Sustained.
How could it be that in October, from June, July, August, September, and into October, those physical therapists found that she did have conversion? There's photographs of conversion. And then after Johns Hopkins in January, through the next 4 months, there are photographs and physical therapists that have testified that she had this dystonia, and yet she did not have it in the period that you had.
Same triad of objections, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is it more likely that you're describing dystonia but trying to describe it as it's not dystonia?
No, sir. My experience with Maya was her feet were always in a down, relaxed position. And if they were to touch the ground or move on the ground, her ankles were flexible. My experience with dystonia is once your feet are kind of locked in that inward or down or outward position, very little can be done to help remove them. Even maximal force to kind of move it out of that position can be very difficult. Whereas I always observed her with her feet in a down, relaxed position.
So you're saying you think Maya was trying to keep her feet in that position?
No, sir, I don't.
All right.
That's just the relaxed, resting position of all of us.
In point of fact, Maya, you were looking, I guess, for signs of paralysis.
I personally I don't recall looking for specific signs of paralysis. My job as a physical therapist is to assess the patient and to find those limitations, whether it's a weakness, decreased range of motion, movement deficits, and come up with a treatment plan to treat those deficits, not to make a medical diagnosis.
Do you contend that CRPS, one of the symptoms is paralysis?
With my experience with CRPS, paralysis is not a symptom.
And Maya never contended she couldn't move her extremities, did she?
When I would ask her to do something like a leg kick, she would say that she can't.
Because she was in pain that day, right?
Yes, that was part of it, and part of it is she just said she can't.
And you disbelieved her, though, on many occasions. Right?
I never disbelieve any of my patients when they say they're in pain. I take that at face value.
All right. So she was then in pain. Sorry, Judge. And is it true that by the time she left, she had to slump over in her wheelchair?
Not by the physical therapy documentation.
Well, let's look at, if we can, 1001-1870. And I know I'm representing you that this is your note from January 4th, 2017. You recognize it?
I'll need to review it shortly, but yes, it's my note.
Mm-hmm. And in the third sentence, does it say that the patient slumped over in her wheelchair?
This was the very beginning of the session where we sat on the side of the bed. And while we were getting prepared to get into the wheelchair, she had slumped to the side.
I just asked you, it said she was slumped to the side in her wheelchair.
No, sir. It says she slumped to the side on her bed.
Anything further, Mr. Hughes?
Yes, a few follow-ups.
Mr. Cecil, do you remember Mr. Anderson asking you some questions about whether or not Maya Kowalski improved over the course of her physical therapy treatments with you?
Yes, sir.
Can you please describe to the jury the type of improvements that you observed over the course of the approximately 3 months that Maya Kowalski was in the physical therapy service at All Children's Hospital?
Yeah, so we, like I said earlier, there's 3 main areas we saw significant improvement. One was that sitting balance, ability to sit independently in a wheelchair, participating in activities. We saw it in the video of her playing the piano. That was consistent throughout the time she was with us, especially near the end. The second was her posture. She improved from this slumped assisted posture to an upright posture with no assistance, no visual or verbal complaints of pain during activity in that sitting position, oftentimes smiling, having fun playing games or talking about things that she enjoyed. The last one is her activity tolerance. So going from being able to do 1 to 2 minutes of sitting with assistance in severe pain to doing enjoyable activities, including in the documentation, we oftentimes got from her wheelchair down to a playmat. And she laid on her stomach, propped on her elbows with her back extended, reaching and playing with games, or different various positions that she would be agreeable to, that we would try. So all 3 of those areas we improved. I wish that we could have progressed her more in the standing and walking. Like I said, that was the big goal, but we just didn't get there.
Mr. Cecil, do you recall being asked by Mr. Anderson about some documentation you had of quadricep spasm, I believe?
Yes, sir.
And that was during passive motion, I think you said?
That's correct. That's what the documentation said.
Now, I think you also said that spasm can be a sign of weakness. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Let's hear the next question.
Sure. In your experience as a doctor of physical therapy, can the fact that a patient has been in a wheelchair since, in this case, July 4th of 2015, be the type of weakness that could lead to spasm?
Objection leading, yes or no answer?
Overruled, you can answer that.
Yes. Knowing her history and that she hadn't walked for such a long period of time, that by itself, when you move that leg or when she tries to move that leg, it can cause muscle spasms that will then cause pain. I equate it similar to a patient after a big knee surgery, like an ACL surgery or something like that. You start moving that leg, it's painful because we're moving it, but also you can see these muscle spasms because we're moving that muscle that hasn't been moved.
I'd like to draw your attention to your what I believe to be your final physical therapy note of July 4th of 2017. It's in evidence at 1001, 1870.
July 4th?
It is, I'm sorry, did I say it's January 4th of 2017? This is at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. January 4, 2017. Do you recall I attempted to ask you about this earlier? And I completely butchered the question. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to draw your attention to under assessment and goals. There's a line that says she displays the functional strength, and we'll highlight it for you. I'm going to read it out loud. But if you could please highlight where it says she displays the functional strength to complete tasks. And that is the highlighted section there. So take a moment to please review that highlighted section and explain to the jury that after 90 days in your service, what does this statement mean at the end of your therapy with Maya?
So functional strength is the strength enough to perform activities. Do you have the strength enough to sit, to reach, to do those things. Throughout all of these notes, it's noted that she has strength to reach, to hold herself up, even when stimuli is presented to her, reaching for a game. In one of my notes, something fell on the ground. She bent all the way forward, grabbed it from the ground, and returned to a sitting position independently with zero assist. So she has the functional strength in her core and her arms to do all of these things. And when she's distracted, she does them. She reaches, she leans, she saw in the video, she even moves her legs a little bit to reposition herself. But then when asked to perform specific activities, the things that we're trying to improve, she actively presents with impaired function, meaning those things we just saw her doing with that functional strength. Now that the attention has been brought to it, she's no longer doing those things. And that's a consistent inconsistency that we found throughout her time with us.
Mr. Cecil, thank you for your time. I don't have any more questions for you.
I guess there was, because there is, that wasn't in fact the last one of the physical therapy reports, was it? Did you have one more on January 11th, 2017?
I don't recall.
Okay, let's take a look. It's in evidence 1002-0185. Now, to take a look here and tell me, would you agree with me that since Maya's admission, she was doing progressively decreased activities independently, including what? Did that include propelling her wheelchair? Did it include lower
I don't see my
extremity
name
exercise?
I don't see my name on this page anywhere. I just want to make sure this is my documentation.
Sure.
I don't want to speak on something that's not mine.
Yeah, the previous page I think shows it. But,
okay, thank you.
okay, so are you noting here, or I guess the PT department, I think it's you, noting since admission she'd been performing progressively decreased activities independently, including propelling her wheelchair, lower extremity exercise, and participation in physical therapy tasks?
I think my documentation shows that I never documented seeing her propel her wheelchair. That might be in reference to someone else's documentation, but her participation in physical therapy tasks definitely decreased, as I mentioned before. And her lower extremity exercise decreased because she was refusing to attempt a lot of passive movement, me doing it, any active movement, or even attempts at standing, like you said.
All I was asking you is whether you put down here on her very last visit that her performance was progressively decreasing. And that's true. That's what you did, isn't it?
In these three areas, it might have decreased. In those other areas, there was a significant increase.
And anything else, Chiefs? Members of the jury. Members of the jury, I'm going to send you back. Now, I will tell you after I review these questions with the lawyers, we will then take our break. So it's probably going to be 20 minutes before we can get back to you, okay? That's the case. Jurors enter. out of our presence. Doctor, go through these questions outside your
Judge, I misspoke to the judge, for the court. The Malik death is 58 minutes and 55 seconds.
So you owe me 3 minutes and 5 seconds.
Just let you know, because I don't know how long the questioning is going to take.
Well, and this is the one that was 2 hours and something?
It was.
Yeah.
I'm very pleased about this.
There we go.
Anything before we bring in the jury?
We have the dates of the videos, Your Honor, if you want those.
What are those, and you want me to just announce them?
I'm sorry.
What, not the TGH video, you're talking about the other two?
We have the date of the TGH video. It's August 14th, 2015. The EEG video when he's transferring her into the wheelchair is October 20th, 2016. And the piano video in the lobby is January 3rd, 2017.
Okay. And you want me to just announce those dates to the jury?
Yep, no objection.
Okay, let's bring in the jury. Let's bring in Dr. Cecil. Please be seated. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation, and you received no information. Is that all correct? And no media, correct? Correct. No one approached you, correct? Correct. In the questions, there was a request for the dates of the various videos that were shown to this witness. And I'm just going to tell you the dates of those videos. The Tampa General Hospital video was August 14th, 2015. The EEG video was the October 20th, 2016. The piano in the lobby was January 3rd, 2017. Members of the jury, I went over these questions with the lawyers outside of Dr. Cecil's presence, so this will be the first time he's heard these. In the video, it seems odd that you would try to make Maya stand up without some equipment or warm-up. There was also a question about the date of this video, so any comment on that statement?
Sure. So I think that video was one of the very first times I met her. So what's not shown in that video is probably what we did in bed, if we did any activity in bed, trying to assess where she was at that day. I don't know for sure. I can't recall exactly, but once we sat edge of bed, as we talked about, she wasn't kicking her legs. She wasn't moving her ankles. But what we did see in the video is once we were sitting edge of bed, she was interacting with us. She was pleasant. And when we were ready to complete that transfer, we call it a stand pivot transfer, going from one surface to another via a pivot. She leaned forward and leaned into it and participated with us. Yes, she needed a lot of assistance, but she was actively participating in that transfer. So what we did before that moment, I can't recall exactly, but doing that transfer, she was actively participating in that and willing to do so.
Does it not seem reasonable Maya would be moving and sitting better during the piano video, given it was January 3rd, 2017, and she would have had numerous physical therapy sessions?
Yes, exactly. I think that's exactly the point, is that we've been working with her that entire time, working on sitting activities So it's entirely reasonable that her sitting is better, because that's a lot of what we worked on. We're working on core strength, core stability, sitting balance, dynamic sitting balance. So I think it's entirely reasonable that by January that it improves, because that is the majority of what we were working on.
Did you think that her being Maya's lack of participation was due to her growing depression with being away from home?
I'm not a psychologist, so I don't know that I can comment on depression or anything of that sort. I think that's outside of my scope of practice. So,
is distraction a typical tool to use in PT with children?
Yes, I think it's one of the most common tools that we use. Sometimes we see kids of all ages, and when we're in the hospital, they're focused on a lot of the things other than what we want or need them to do. So for Maya, we use distraction to get her focus off of the pain and onto an activity to improve her strength and function. For another patient, say like a 3-year-old who has cancer, we might use play as a distraction. Instead of, we're not going to engage in conversation with a 3-year-old, but we're going to present toys that they enjoy or an activity that they enjoy at home in order to distract them from all of the lines and tubes and everything else going around them in the hospital, to focus on the task to improve their function or whatever their goals are.
Before caring for Maya, had you had any formal training provided by Johns Hopkins on CRPS?
Yes, I had. So when I was a student, I had a clinical internship at Johns Hopkins, all children's in their outpatient sports clinic. And during that time, we had seen several CRPS patients. So at that time, I was under the clinical supervision of a licensed therapist, and we had frequent discussions about what proper treatment is for patients with that condition. Also, when I became licensed and got hired as an employee at Johns Hopkins, when you're a new employee, you have clinical mentors who you can throw ideas off of, treatment ideas, things like that. As was brought up, there was another PT who was also treating Maya at the same time. So we would frequently go back and forth with treatment ideas or techniques or things that we could try during various sessions. So there was a significant support in training, I feel, prior to seeing Maya.
Before caring for Maya, how many CRPS patients had you cared for?
So prior to seeing Maya, I had finished that 4-year degree in physical therapy school where we talk about chronic pain. We talk about CRPS and proper treatment. I had seen 2 or 3 maybe during my clinical internship, maybe 4. And then while I was licensed before Maya, between my outpatient experience and inpatient experience, it was probably around 5.
Is it more common to have a spasm with passive movement on a limb that has not been moved in a long time?
Can you repeat that one more time? Sorry.
Is it more common to have a spasm with passive movement on a limb that has not been moved in a long time?
I don't know that it's more common. Spasms can be caused by different reasons. So passive range of motion is, like I said, the patient doing no active movement, right? They're not squeezing their muscle. They're not activating any of their muscle fibers. It's simply the therapist lifting their leg, working on range of motion, usually of a joint. So like I said before, if you're weak in that leg or that muscle's not used to extending and flexing with what we're doing, it can cause a spasm. But also, with active range of motion, those can cause spasms too. And there are other reasons that spasms cause with no motion. My work with Maya, from what I recall and from the documentation, that's the only spasm I noted. And the 20 hours I spent with her, 21 sessions, that was the only time I documented on a spasm. And I don't recall any other active or passive spasms during my time with her.
other physical therapists that worked with Maya indicated in testimony that CRPS patients find cross-leg position, crisscross applesauce, the most comfortable for that condition. Is that not your knowledge with regard to that leg position?
So my experience with CRPS over the last 9 years is that it's highly variable. CRPS can affect any limb of the body, and any joint of the body. So, and that allodynia, that hypersensitivity to touch, can be in various areas. So it's really highly dependent on where the patient is having their pain, what it feels like for them, and then what their comfort positions are. So I don't know that I could say in general that crisscross is a overall general comfort position for patients with CRPS. If I have a patient with CRPS of their elbow, they're not going to have a problem getting into crisscross. But if I have another patient who has CRPS of their knee or in their knee, crisscross may be very difficult, or it might be that comfort position. It's highly variable how these patients present. So I wouldn't say, I can say in general that that's a comfort position in general for CRPS patients.
I see in your note from December 1st, 2016, and then also documented in January, that you documented, quote, transfers to and from the couch with max assist, end quote. Can you please define max assist to the jury?
Sure. So in therapy, we use different terms to describe how much assist a patient needs. And it's a scale. So max assist would mean the therapist is providing 75% and the patient is providing 25% of the effort, or of the effort to complete that task. So 75% total assist would be 100% for the therapist. Mod assist, as I said earlier, is 50-50. Min assist would be 75% for the patient and 25% for the therapist. And then we use words like contact guard assist, which is mean just like holding their hand or holding their back for support, or standby assist, which is being close and monitoring, but seeing them do it by themselves.
Did you have any interactions with Kathy Beatty regarding Maya's care?
I remember working with Kathy Beatty. I don't remember having any conversations specifically with her about Maya.
So you wouldn't know how often those interactions were?
No idea.
Did you attend interdisciplinary rounds on Maya?
I remember having many communications with various providers about Maya and her case and how she's presenting and kind of giving my input. I don't recall attending any specific interdisciplinary rounds where everyone got together.
If you don't recall, then you want to know who was present.
Correct.
Were you aware if upper or senior management was aware of Maya being in your hospital?
I have no reference to know whether they did or didn't.
We have heard testimony Maya was a fall risk. Is it a policy at the hospital to use a gait belt when transferring children with a fall risk at the hospital?
It is. There are various thoughts on gait belts, whether they're helpful or not. I believe after this video, we did have gait belt on her frequently. I think during the video you saw, I didn't have a gait belt because that was one of my first times seeing her, and I was assessing what she was able to do. Still providing the proper assistance to make sure she didn't fall. She was safe, monitored. But afterwards, I do believe we had a gait belt on her when we brought her down to the therapy gym and things like that.
The exhibit 1002-0188 that read conversion disorder as a treatment diagnosis had an admitted date of January 6, 2017. Do you know if this diagnosis was listed on the previous admitted date, October 7th, 2016, when you first started therapy?
I don't know off the top of my head. The way those medical diagnoses are viewed from a physical therapy perspective is that doctors make those medical diagnoses, and they end up in our chart based on what the physicians consult us for. We're a consulting service, so in order for us to come see a patient, the physician has to consult us to come and work with them. My treatment diagnoses under that are the physical therapy treatment diagnoses, the things that we're trying to improve. I think that answers the question.
Next question. Back in 2015, when you were employed by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, you were very book smart, but you were new to the position. Now, 8 years later, I believe you testified what therapies you use for CRPS today are the same that was used in treatment for Maya back then. In 8 years since Maya, you are saying there has been no improvements in the therapies used for CRPS patients, and that's a question.
So the conservative physical therapy treatments that we use for all CRPS patients are research-based. They're contained, and research is shown within what's called the clinical practice guideline, which is held by the APTA, which is the American Physical Therapy Association, which is the national organization over physical therapy. So they have it's called a clinical practice guideline. So it has the collection of the research that shows that physical therapy treatment, various physical therapy treatments are effective and beneficial for the treatment of complex regional pain syndrome. Every so often, no new research comes out. To my knowledge, the graded exercise that I've talked about all day today, that, based on how the patient is doing, pushing them within their limits to do as much as they can, grading them up to do more, grading down if it's a day where they're having more pain or more complaints. That is the standard for physical therapy treatment. We have options within there like therapeutic exercise, working on ADLs, things like neuromuscular re-ed, which is kind of making the connection between the nervous system and the body in order to improve the function. But at the end of the day, the big goal of physical therapy, what you're trained to do in school and in your internships and in your training on the job, is to find those impairments, find those difficulties, the range of motion, the strength, the walking, and then develop a treatment plan to improve those things. And that's exactly what we did with Maya. Our treatment plan, the treatment plan I wanted to perform with her didn't go exactly as we wanted, right? As I said before, she wasn't walking when she left, but we did things every single session that was inside that clinical practice guideline in order to help her improve in her function.
Dr. Cecil, you stated at first Maya was 5 or 6 times a week for therapy. Is that correct?
Yes.
As time went on, it was lessened because Maya refused or couldn't do it. Refresh my memory. Was it refused or could not?
It was a combination of both. She, at the beginning, if you're reading through the notes, the first several times I saw her, we were attempting to stand. We were, supported standing with assistance in order to start building strength in our legs and to tolerate standing more. The goal of those sessions is to work through the pain in order to become more functional. Oftentimes what we see in chronic pain patients, CRPS and other chronic pain, is that function improves before pain improves. And that was our goal, is to improve her function. That's the physical therapy goal, is improve her function. So as we kept going, her function was improving in some ways, but in the areas that we wanted to see improvement, the standing, walking, participating in those things, she was flat out refusing, which we were never going to push her past and into something that she was refusing to do. We were never going to make her do something that she said she couldn't do. When she was agreeable, when she would take in any education and participate in things that we know would be beneficial, then we would do those things together. But at the point where we decreased her from that 6 times a week to 3 times a week, we had gotten to the point where it had been several sessions where we had plateaued and not made any progress. We had reached those goals that she left with. So that's why we decreased her, with that knowledge of if she can start doing more, if during those 3 times a week that we're still seeing her, she can start doing more, she can show us that, hey, look, I can move my legs a little bit, I can tolerate it, I want to try, I'm not going to refuse, then we would have immediately moved her back up to a higher frequency and seen her more often.
Could this, quote, could not, would not, end quote, been a result in Maya's CRPS affecting her physical or mental abilities and therefore her performance?
Sorry, do you mind repeating that one more time?
Could this, could not, would not, been a result in Maya's CRPS affecting her physical or mental abilities and therefore her performance?
Certainly her medical condition affects how she's going to participate, how she's feeling, how she interprets her pain affects how she participates in therapy, 100%. Her mental capacity, that's outside my scope. I'm not going to comment on that. But our job as a physical therapist, as I mentioned, is we're going to grade what activity we do. Like I said, grade up, grade down based on how she's feeling and her feedback on certain activities. So if she, I think there's a good example in there of sitting in her wheelchair, she was doing well, we were doing things, and I wanted her to transition to a chair that had no arms. I had seen her sitting in her wheelchair without using the arms. So I was like, oh, let's transition, maybe a stand pivot, maybe a scoot into this chair that has no arms, and then continue doing what we're doing. But she would say she couldn't do it. She refused. I would try to educate her on why that's important and how, hey, it's the same. It's just another chair without arms that you're not using anyways. But I didn't make her do it. If she refused and said she couldn't, or she was fearful of falling, even with me there guarding her and protecting her, we didn't go there. We didn't do that.
Mr. Hughes, any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
Testified that the only time you noted in muscle spasms. Can we look at 1914? Top of the page. See right there in the top.
Can you go to the previous page so we can see the whole sentence?
Page 5. You want to see the page prior.
Yes,
Is that you?
Yes, sir.
Let's look at 1947. Second from the bottom, well, third line from the bottom, 1947. It's actually second line, yeah, from the bottom. Yep. Across there, there you go. Okay, let's see. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
3 times that you noted muscle spasms in her legs.
that right?
Yes, it is.
And when you started out, she was receiving some pain meds, but then you stopped those as time went on, right?
I don't have anything to do with muscle or medications. I don't prescribe. I don't give them out. I have nothing to do with medication.
Mr. Hughes, anything?
No.
Members of the jury, any follow-up? May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. In order to be subpoenas?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir. Thank you. Okay, members of the jury, we have, I understand, a deposition that is.
Can we approach?
Sure. Is we have about 1 hour video. This is the video that we started the other day that was going to be more than 2 hours, but we've got it down to just under 1 hour. So
58 minutes, 55 seconds.
like I said, just under an hour. So I say we just do it right now and you'll get out of here about 5:15. Do you want the lights remain or do you want them dimmed some? It looks like everyone's, am I saying everyone wants them up or down? All but one want them up. I'm sorry. Let's, Ms. Krells, if you could tell us who we're calling again.
Yes, it is the deposition of Dr. Farhan Malik, taken on November 12th, 2019.
Wait. He's only sweater on the testing about the trade related.
Yes. Please state your name for the record.
Farhan Malik.
Oh, no.
And you are a physician in practice employed by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Yes.
And where'd you go to college?
New York Institute of Technology.
Year you graduated?
2005. 2005. Yeah.
Medical school?
New York College of Osteopathic Medicine.
And where's that located?
It's also located with New York Institute of Technology. They're both in Long Island.
And what year did you graduate your 4 years there?
2009.
For the benefit of the jury, can you give them a very brief description of the differences, if any, between an MD and a doctor of osteopathic medicine?
Sure. The degree is actually called a DO.
Yeah.
It essentially is very similar to MD schooling. You just take additional courses in osteopathic manipulation, which I liken it to chiropractic. And so you have the option of practicing that when you graduate versus just practicing as a regular doctor.
Again, I don't know how accurate this is because I'm just reading off the internet, but osteos tend to be literally more hands-on with the patient. I mean, there's more manipulation and testing, feeling, touching, that kind of thing in diagnosing?
Yeah, you take classes in the manipulation aspect of it. And if you choose to practice that, once you're done, and incorporate that into your practice, if you're in a field where you can, such as internal medicine or general practice, becomes a little different when you become more and more specialized.
The area that you chose to go into was critical care with a focus on cardiac, is that right?
Yes, cardiac intensive care.
All right. And where did you do your residency?
Newark Beth Israel Hospital, so the Children's Hospital of New Jersey.
And what year did you, what years were those?
So that would be 09 to 2012.
And after residency, what did you do?
I did my fellowship in pediatric critical care at the University of Texas in Houston.
And what year were you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Florida?
2015.
So at the time you saw Maya Kowalski and her October 7th admission, you had been a licensed physician in Florida for 15 months. So you made 12, May, June, July, August, September. So about 16, 17 months?
Yes, I believe approximately.
You were a fairly young doctor, relatively speaking, experience-wise.
Yes.
And were you licensed in any other states?
New Jersey.
And what year were you licensed in New Jersey?
That would be at the start of my, or the conclusion of my residency, so that would be 2012.
So after your fellowship at UT Houston, where did you go?
Johns Hopkins Old Children.
And what was your position?
Pediatric critical care physician.
And what does a pediatric critical care physician do?
All things involving intensive care. So if a child gets admitted to the ICU for any number of reasons, trauma, sepsis, after surgeries.
Would it be fair to state then that as of October of 2016, you were not an expert in complex regional pain syndrome / also known as RSD?
Yes, that's very fair.
Would it be fair to say that as of October of 2016, you were not an expert in medical child abuse?
Yes.
You were not an expert in factitious disorder by proxy?
Yes.
You were not an expert in a conversion disorder?
You're listing a lot of psychiatric disorders that, no, I am not an expert in because I'm not a pediatric psychiatrist. So.
And then Munchausen by proxy, same answer?
Yes.
Not an expert in that either. All right. When was the first time you met Dr. Sally Smith, if you recall?
I don't believe I've actually ever met her.
Have you ever spoken with her on the phone?
I can't recall exactly, but I might have spoken with her regarding this case.
Did you know of her, even if you didn't speak to her or see her?
Yes.
And what did you know of her as of, say, the period before October?
That she was our go-to person to speak to if you had concerns of child abuse.
On any of Maya's prior admissions or visits to the ER at ACH, had you ever run into either her or her family?
No.
So the first time you ever met any of them would have been on that October 7th visit?
Correct.
And do you know Dr. It's Tepes Sanchez, but I think everybody just calls her Dr. Tepes. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know Dr. Tepes before this admission?
Yes, we're colleagues.
And how long had you worked together?
A couple of months.
There has to be some structure in your mind about, do I make a call, don't I make a call, or do I recommend a call or not recommend a call?
Part of being a pediatrician, if you suspect child abuse, by law, you're obligated to report it.
So what are some of the things that create a suspicion to you?
What's going on?
Position. Why don't we just let you go home?
Okay.
Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do the investigation. And there's Steve. Now, tomorrow we're going to start 15 minutes later than normal. So I need the jury to be ready to go at 9:15 as opposed to 9. You get 15 more minutes to sleep in.
Oh, very nice.
All rise. Jury is dismissed. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Please be seated.
So we'll try again with this one after we.
Judge, I'm not sure. My apologies to the court. I don't know why where we're at with that, but I will look at what's going on and confirm.
Let's talk about what we need to do with the remainder of our time. You were saying something about Dr. Hannah's deposition, right?
Oh, yeah, Judge. I don't know if this was a miscue. Again, everybody's trying to do, 5 different things. My understanding is we only designated pages in the 2020 deposition that we're going to play. I think the other side maybe was looking at old designations and spent a lot of time looking at the 2022 or 23 dep. But my question to the other side is, time you'll never get back, I get that. We are only playing the 2020 dep. Did the other side also want to play designations from the 2023 dep? If so, we'll look at those.
Yes, we would, because we didn't get a substantive cross until the later deposition.
Okay, so you intended to do those designations?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I needed to confirm, so we would look at those for objections.
And I'd be
Okay.
happy to look at a clip report once it's done to make
Yes,
sure.
I'll be happy to send that to you.
And so do I have, I know I've gotten 2 Dr. Hannah depositions, but do I have the objections for?
No.
I only have one side's objections?
We haven't seen their, we haven't had a chance to see their counters, Judge. They just got filed, so we have not looked at their counters for objections yet.
And what time do you think you'll get a chance to do that?
One of us will make it a priority as soon as we get to the hotel, Judge, to look at those. If we're leaving early, we'll do that as soon as we get back to look at their counters for objections.
And then why don't you use the email that over the weekend?
Yes.
And I'll be at a place with no electronic service capabilities until after 10 p.m. tonight. So I won't be able to get you anything until close to 10 or around 10 tonight. And then depending on when I get your designations and the volume of it, that might impact the time I'll return it.
It's a 325-page deposition, volume 1. So
we can designate that much.
Forewarning.
I just on that point, since I know your shot clock is where it is, we only designated like 15, 20 minutes. Did you designate hours of this?
We designated a fair amount. I can't quantify it.
I mean, okay. Just to,
they have been better this week on usage of time.
Okay. Your Honor, just to piggyback on the last question, we do intend to publish some of the emails that are admitted in evidence. And I hear there is an objection from the plaintiff about just publishing them. We're looking for some guidance. Would they like us to recall our expert, Dr. Crane, or one of our experts to publish them through, just so that way we have the right personnel if they're just objecting to us publishing them?
I mean, their admissions.
They're admissions by a party. I don't know that I need to do it through a witness. I obviously don't have the witness who wrote them to publish them. So if we're running out of trial days, I just didn't want to get in a situation where the plaintiff's going to object to the publishing. If they require them to do it through experts, then I'm happy to recall experts.
We'd like some consistency here. We've heard repeatedly throughout this trial objections to us publishing documents unless they're through certain witnesses. We've heard repeated objections. They're out of context. So if we're free to publish party admissions out of context, I'd like to consider it with Mr. Anderson and get back to them in the morning.
I'm trying to remember because I know the defense has raised that identical objection. I'm trying to remember how I handled it.
Judge, I know that there was at least one thing that was published to the jury because I was going, there's no context. And you said it's in evidence and then they published it. So I don't recall what it was. I don't know if it was a policy or what exactly that was, to be honest.
Was that the one right after a video dep?
I honestly.
Because I remember doing a couple right after a video deposition, and I don't remember if those were exhibits that were referenced in that deposition or if they just were freestanding, and I just don't remember.
I think they were just freestanding, Judge, because I remember losing the objection, but in all honesty, I couldn't tell you what it was at this time.
You won't be surprised we have different memories of that.
Well, again, just because I know that we have to give them 24 hours notice for what witnesses are coming, assuming they don't want us to be calling witnesses into Wednesday, we would just like to know who they would require. I just don't want to have Dr. Crane come back by Zoom, put them on in front of him. If they don't want us to just publish them without a witness, I'm happy to call a witness, but there's obviously only so many witnesses I could do in contact.
Are you talking about doing all of the ones I admitted yesterday?
There's so many of them, no. My plan today would have just been to publish 2 and maybe 3. It would have taken 10 minutes of our case to do so.
Is it 2 and maybe 3 and that's it? Or is it 2 and maybe 3 intervals going forward?
Probably 2 to maybe 3 intervals going forward. We only have 4 trial days left, so that would be 10 minutes of publishing per day.
I'd like to discuss it with Mr. Anderson and see what our position is going to be.
That's fine, but let's come to a final resolution in the morning on it. I mean, obviously it's preferable to do it with a witness, but if they are in evidence, ultimately they're in evidence.
Understood.
What's next? Are there other exhibits that we're needing to go through?
Okay.
I mean, since we've found ourselves with a few minutes, I mean, might as well try
Sorry, I was
to
packing up. Let me.
use the time efficiently. And since there's not a further witness today, the shot clock stands today. Plaintiffs consumed 1 hour, 20 minutes, and that places you at 54 hours. The defense consumed 2 hours, 30 minutes. That places you at 33 hours. 33, yeah. 33 hours.
You ready, Judge?
Yes, ma'am.
So I would like to, and I appreciate this is another email, but it's a different time frame than what's in. It's 32320141, and I think we have an edited version that just contains Beata Kowalski's Facebook post. But it's October 12th, 2015. I had a chance to look at the emails that the court has allowed in. This is the only email that addresses this. This is her description of the ketamine treatment that she was undergoing with Dr. Kirkpatrick. 32320141, and I believe you edited it so that it only had, I have a hard copy here. Well, that's too edited. I can't get that.
That's 3231, not 3232.
Oh, yeah, I need 3232. There we go. So, Judge, this is dated October 12th, 2015. And if you look at the description, it is her description.
Can you make it a little bit bigger? Thank you.
Of the ketamine treatment that she's undergoing with Dr. Kirkpatrick, describes how it was, describes the hallucinations that Maya experienced. And it goes on to the next page.
Well, I need to finish.
I have a hard copy, Nick, if you can pick it.
Next page, please.
And this was edited to end at, should be edited after the top, after the top paragraph. We would delete the rest, which I thought had been done. So this is the only description of the ketamine treatment with Dr. Kirkpatrick. The other emails started after this, Your Honor.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Whitney.
We object, Your Honor, based on the court's previous statements about the number of emails that have already been let in. We object on 403. We object on hearsay. And we also reiterate that this goes to none of the pending claims. I think the court's still waiting on a response on Fabre. And as the court pointed out the other day, however Maya presented at the hospital on October 7, 2016, you don't go back and recreate the accident to figure out what happened a year prior. So there's no relevance to this email from our perspective, or Facebook post.
That just goes to the concerns that the doctors had with regard to the amount of ketamine. It also goes to dispelling the presentation that's been given in the story by Dr. Patrick, that this was very safe, there were no issues, that it was not a problem. Clearly, there was a lot of issues during it, as described by Mrs. Kowalski, who was there.
In the last reference to the GoFundMe.
Well, that's we could take that out, Judge. I mean,
The exhibit, with the exception of the GoFundMe, I'm fine with.
okay, so we'll end it. We'll take out 4 more updates and then remaining sentence.
Let's make sure the clerk gets a printout of the updated exhibit.
Okay.
What's next?
Let me just make a mark to it. Um, 3309. These are Dr. Patrick's billing records.
3309.
3209. I'm sorry, 3309. It's on the, yeah.
Wait, Peter, we're looking at 8. Just go ahead and scroll next page. Next page. What is this? We're on page 3. What is this? Page 3. What is page 3?
Sorry.
I'm asking Ms. Quarles, what is page 3?
I'm sorry, what is page 3?
Yes.
That's the
It looks like the health insurance claim phone code, but I'm not sure why.
Next page. Next page. Next page. Next. Next page. Next page.
Can you go to the first page, if you don't mind, now? And the next page, too.
But we're going to withdraw it. I don't think it makes sense to sequence.
Okay. What's next?
Can we have 1 second, Judge?
No. Good. Okay.
Judge, just for the record, can we go to 3023? So I'm not sure the court's rule on these. I understand this is our hospital records, and I understand that Your Honor has not allowed the testimony of Dr. Alexander. We went over that yesterday, I believe it was. These are the actual records, so I wasn't sure if the plaintiffs were objecting to all of these records going in or just the records with the statement that mother states, etc. Does Your Honor recall the issue? Am I being clear?
Give me a little bit more.
Sure. We wanted to play the deposition of Dr. Alexander, who had the history from the mother that she states that she was injecting ketamine into her port. Your Honor, it did not allow us to present that testimony. These are the records from that visit, which obviously include more than just that one statement. So we wanted to put the records in. The records in. Understanding that that statement's in there, I didn't know if the court was going to require us to redact that, or if none of the records were coming in, and I wasn't sure of the plaintiff's position.
We'd be fine with the redactions, but it'd be a 403 issue without the redactions. I think we've discussed this at length.
Well, what we discussed was the deposition. I don't think I discussed the records, but the concept of IV ketamine at home needs to come out of these records if they exist in there.
They do, Judge. That's what he was testifying from. And he was testifying from the history he took that is in the records where it says mom states that she is giving, I don't remember the exact quote, but ketamine at home.
I still maintain there's a significant 403 issue with the concept of the ketamine via IV at home issue that has been discussed for years. So that concept, if it is out of the medical records redacted, then I don't think
so we will look at the record and did you?
I was just going to say there's actually two doctors in these records that say more or less the same thing, so we just need to make sure we get both sets redacted.
We will redact based on the court's rulings and then show it to counsel and go from there.
Thank you.
And next.
Um, 3080. 3080.
Just exhibit 38?
I was going to ask her. It's a video.
Yeah, aren't they 4 digits?
I'm sorry, I thought I said 3080. 3080. You don't have it? Okay, let's get that.
Oh, 30.
Yeah, sorry.
So you don't have that 3080?
No. Okay. Judge, I'd like to address 3217. These are going to look familiar to you, Robert. It's 570 to 574. So 3217, 570 to 574. I don't believe that we've ever resolved the issue. We've discussed them a couple of times. These are the emails between Beata and Charlotte Laporte. This is the last time I tried to bring it up. Your Honor said, wait a minute, aren't there 4 pages? And I said, let me get that and we'll come back. These are the 4 pages, Judge. I think the plaintiff wanted all of them in if any went in. They start backwards, so you may recall them. They start on the 573. You need the first one. It's the November 15th email from Beata to Charlotte LaPorte at 9:25 in the morning.
Well, it looks like there's something before this.
Number 4 is just thank you. So,
Yeah, go to 574 so the judge can see it if you don't mind.
yeah, that's just then.
Okay, go back to the.
And then it is this report's response on November 16th at 10:39 a.m.
You go to the 572 page. Can you go back to 573? Go back to 572. I guess need to go to 571 now. Back to 72. Back to 71. Let's go to 70. Um, 71. I've reviewed it, so now what is it that you are seeking to do?
Sorry?
What is it that you're seeking to introduce?
Well, I just wanted the one email, but the plaintiff wanted all of them. So I'm seeking to introduce all of these, Judge. First of all, the communications by Charlotte LaPorte are done from her business email. They are a business record. It's to her communicating to Ms. Kowalski in the scope of her employment and role with DCF. So I think that those emails are business records. The emails by Beata are admissions. She's admitting that she was told that she had restrictions. She's admitting their statements of her party. So I think her emails come in. She admits she didn't read the rules. She admits that she was told to not do certain things. She acknowledges that she will try to follow the rules in the future. Charlotte LaPorte's emails also a prior consistent statement when she was testifying with regard to being the person on the November 15th, 2016 call that was played for the jury where she redirected Ms. Kowalski. So they believe for numerous hearsay exceptions, they also are plan of action, and they're not hearsay. So we believe that they, for multiple reasons, are admissible.
Everything Ms. Corrales just stated applies to
Trial Exhibit 2123-610. This is the email from Kathy Beatty, party admission, to Charlotte Laporte at her business account that was previously excluded regarding the phone calls. That was excluded. We argued over that strongly. If this comes in, because it's a business account of Charlotte Laporte and it's a party admission, then 2123-610, we move for reconsideration.
Well, I don't, y'all have agreed to that these are authentic.
Yes.
That doesn't mean the hearsay exception for business records has been shown or demonstrated. So I don't see where there would be a hearsay exception that would apply for Charlotte Laporte's statements.
Well, Your Honor, we call Ms. Laporte then to testify regarding this is her email, or business email. This is the normal way she conducts her business and the normal way she communicates with parents that she needs to communicate in her role as a DCF employee, if that's the issue.
What is it that you're trying to get and use? Let's look at it that way.
Sure. This is, there are issues in this case that the plaintiff is raising with regard to, first of all, this phone call. They have testified with Ms. Beatty on the call. We called Ms. Laporte, who testified it was herself. This is confirmation that it was her on the call, because she's telling Beata, I had to redirect you on the phone call. So it's referencing that same phone call. That's why I'm saying it's a prior consistent statement. Also, plaintiffs are taking position and making a claim that to the extent Ms. Beatty redirected Ms. Beata Kowalski on phone calls, that was inappropriate, and disregarding the issue of whether she had authority to do it, this establishes that what she was redirecting her from are the same things DCF said you cannot talk about. You cannot talk about pain. You cannot talk about the case. You cannot talk about her therapies. So it's confirmation that Ms. Beatty was redirecting her to the extent she did in line with the guidelines that were set up and established with this first phone call by Ms. Laporte on behalf of DCF. So it goes to numerous issues that the plaintiff is attacking the defense for doing, including the identity of who was on that call that they continue to maintain despite Ms. Laporte's testimony that it was herself.
Well, the jury doesn't believe her either, but that's a different issue. Your Honor, this is fundamentally sword and shield. They want to focus on the November 15th phone call because of these emails. And then we want to raise a November 29th phone call where there are party admissions by Ms. Beatty, and they want to duck back behind DCF in that instance and say, no, the November 29th call, we can't talk about that. We can talk all day long about the November 15th phone call, but emails and about that. But we can't put in emails about the November 29th call. And Ms. Beatty is clearly here saying, I'm honored at the call, and I have all sorts of issues with the way that was conducted.
Judge, the November 29th?
Let's just put the November 29th so I can look at it again.
Yes, to remind the court, the November 20th, I don't know the exhibit number.
2123-610, please.
The email they wanted in was communication regarding recommendations being made to the court. That is opening up the DCF action. This goes to a disputed issue of fact in the case that they have raised, calling Ms. Laporte essentially a liar for testifying that she was the one on the phone call.
Again, this is not an email to the court. This is an email from Ms. Beatty to Ms. Laporte, just like the one you just saw, Your Honor. This is the same exact circumstance, except instead of being Ms. Kowalski, it's Ms. Beatty.
Here's where with respect to what we're looking at now, which is 2123-610, I continue to maintain that is out. It goes to a Chapter 39 issue, which is a request from the hospital to change the dependency court's order. Going back to the other one, there is no exception to the hearsay for purposes of business records. That foundation hasn't been laid. Now, the statement that Charlotte Laporte said with respect to who was on the telephone call is a prior consistent statement, which for that small portion is supported by a hearsay exception. So that portion can come in. It goes to a specific issue in the case. Now, let's pull that email up and see if there's any fair way to redact it.
3217.
No objection to the phone call. No, there's one line.
Okay, it says also yesterday when you were on the phone, I had to redirect due.
Yes.
Let's see the next page.
Here it is.
Well, Mr. Whitney, at this point, I'm thinking of just letting that one sentence in. I mean, obviously the header saying who it's from and who it's to.
In the future, if my have which
Can you put 572 and 573 up together?
In which sense? I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, down on 572, where it starts with also yesterday.
Understood. And so
we would redact out everything after hello Beata until you got to also yesterday, and then the next sentence in the future, that to Ms. Laporte's signature line would be redacted.
But we're redacting in the future?
So, Your Honor, if I go back to understanding where the court is with this, I go back to a position that we discussed, I think it was last week, which is it is prejudicial to us to only include Ms. Laporte's communication in this regard. So if this 4 pages are coming in piecemeal fashion, then we would insist that Beata Kowalski's communications regarding her compliance, her intended compliance, her notification that she didn't get the rules because she sent them too late, etc., also come in.
Well, what I was going to say is that one sentence I think is supported by a hearsay exception, which is a prior consistent statement. Now, if you want under a rule of completeness theory all 4 pages, that's a different issue.
Yes, we would, except I think there are issues with, perhaps, I haven't sat down with this email, but I think there's probably issues that still wade into Chapter 39 territory. So, rule of completeness, maybe with certain redactions, but if we're going to let this in, we request the entire exchange come in under rule of completeness.
Fine, Judge.
Well, then why don't you look, Mr. Whitney, to see if there's anything from a Chapter 39 perspective that can be selectively redacted.
You mean tonight or now?
I think tonight.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is something for tomorrow?
No.
Well.
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you. But I'm giving you the choice of just having that one sentence or the balance of it. What's next?
You want to do more?
Let's go another 10 minutes and then let's call it a day.
You want to do our depth objections? All right, let me see. I don't think there's anything.
Oh, the video? Okay, 3080 is ready.
Oh, 3080 is ready, Judge.
3080, let's put it up, please.
Oh. This is 5/17/16, Jen.
Don't we already have something like this?
The one that they put in is she's in a wheelchair. Clearly she's moving her legs. She's getting up and down, showing use of her legs.
Well, she's on her knees, but you already have videos with her on her knees.
Well, she's moving from a sitting position up to her knees.
Well, I mean, we have a couple of the dog videos and with her getting onto her knees.
This is pre.
This is pre. No, it's not.
16.
Before the hospitalization, Judge.
The dog.
Puppy one is after the hospitalization.
5 months after hospital.
When was the other music video?
The one that the plaintiff put in?
July 2016.
That's enough music videos. So this one's cumulative.
Judge, I don't recall what happened to 3054, 116. The plaintiff had an objection to page 609, and pardon my short-term memory loss, but I don't recall if the court ruled on page 609 of their objection. It was the one that had the various comments.
I'm not sure which.
Put it up in Matt.
It's the Venice High School, page 609, that had the various, you objected to the one page. 3054.
Can you give us the number again? The clerk wants to know the number.
Sure, I'm sorry. 3054. And then it says it's page 609. But I think that was the dates number we'll figure out.
ID only, okay.
Okay. So this was the one, yes.
Oh, this is the one where
Yes.
I was wondering whether RN is actually the initials of a person as opposed to a nurse.
Yes, I just didn't know if the court had ruled on this. I didn't have any notes.
I have not let it in.
Okay, so that's fine. So for the record, 3054, the objection is to page 0011, and the court is sustaining that objection. Is that correct?
I have not let it in.
Okay. But my understanding is the rest of the exhibit is not objected to. Is that correct, Mr. Whitney?
I haven't looked at the rest of the exhibit. Is it grades? If it's just grades, we don't object. If it's other counseling notes, we may object.
You did previously say page 609 objection only.
Well, what's page 12? And what's page 10?
Yeah, the rest are just
I
great.
think the rest are just great.
I mean, on the proviso, the rest are just grades. We don't object.
Can someone just check that before I
We'll check it before the morning, Bill.
officially let it in?
Yes.
You have 5 minutes left. Anything else?
You left real quick, please, Judge. I think, yeah, I need to, based on the court's rulings, I don't want to take the court's time up and look at some furthers we had to make sure We're just going to remove.
So that's where we're stopping today?
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow, we're going to start 15 minutes later, so 8:45 tomorrow, 8:45. Okay?
Yes.
We'll be in recess, 8:45 tomorrow.